Chapter 1 Sunday, October 31, 1994 morning. He wandered in a daze, not really noticing where he was heading. It didn't really matter to him. Remembering the events from yesterday, he didn't really care where he was heading. Harry Potter just wanted to be alone right now. Why is it always Halloween? That day has to be more cursed than the position of the Dada Professor midline horizontal ellipsis, he thought to himself. Could he do anything against it? Not really. Even with all the hype always around him, he wasn't a great wizard, he is just Harry. Being alive today is more luck than anything else. And yet again the life of the boy who lived, dumbest title ever, was faced with expectations, assumptions, and prejudices that had nothing to do with reality. As if the people didn't even really know him, after more than 3 years since he had returned to the wizarding world. The worst part was that even his best friends were the same. Less than 24 hours ago, Harry Potter had been eagerly awaiting a Halloween feast with nothing unexpected happening. No crying girls in a bathroom that he would have to save from a troll, no Death Day celebration he had to attend only for a 1,000-year-old sneak to wake up and ruin his year for him, and no murderers that were out to get him, even though that one turned out to be his godfather. Everything seemed normal, well, besides some idiots during the World Cup causing trouble, but that had not much to do with him and Hogwarts. Even if they conjured a dark mark, that sounds like a ministry/Auror problem, not a Harry problem, who was just a student. This should be his first normal Halloween feast, even with a good bonus show, the selection of the Triwizard champions, who would participate in a deadly tournament that he could enjoy from the sidelines since he was underage and legally not allowed to participate. Midline horizontal ellipsis, but of course not. His damn Potter luck. No nice Halloween for him, no watching a deathly tournament this year. He had to participate in that damn thing himself. Even if he was legally not allowed to participate, apparently magically binding contracts are above the laws. Good to know. That damn broken goblet that was supposed to select the 3 participants for the Triwizard tournament and magically bind them into the competition had spit out and bound a 4th name. His. This whole disaster had once again proved to him how incompetent the ministry was. Dumbledore is not much better with his so-called age line preventing any underaged wizard from participating in the tournament. And here he was midline horizontal ellipsis in the tournament that the age line should prevent his participation in. Harry was pissed off. The ministry, which was just as incompetent as he expected, was just a small part of it. Dumbledore, a slightly bigger part, that bearded fool even had the gall to ask him if he had put his name into the goblet. As if he didn't know Harry, with his annoying, twinkly eyes. Slytherins had acted like he expected either indifference like most Ravenclaws or Malfoy, and his sphere of influence had mocked him as a cheater. Very creative, like always. Hufflepuff went a bit overboard with their jealousy because Cedric Diggory from their house had been originally selected as Hogwarts champion. Calling him a cheater and a glory hound. Yeah, right. As if he cared about the eternal glory of a tournament he'd just heard of for the first time in his life, one where he didn't even know the names of any past winners. Their reactions were kind of expected. What really had pissed him off were the Gryffindors. Just like in his second year, when he had been labeled the heir of Slytherin and an upcoming Dark Lord, they all had jumped once again on the easiest conclusion. He had found a way to bypass the protections on the goblet and didn't tell anyone. Some celebrated his big achievements, others held a grudge. It didn't matter what they knew of him, no, he had to be someone who cheated his way into the deadly tournament and didn't share the method of how he did it with anyone else. Not even with his best friend Ronald Weasley, who in a fit of jealousy began to isolate him. This not only hurt but made him angry. Seriously, even if Ron didn't know his character, as his best friend. What is he expecting? Did he really believe a magical artifact with the ability to pick the best contestant amongst each school would have picked Ronald Weasley, who needed to copy most of his homework from Harry and Hermione if she let him? Did he get dropped too often on his head when he was a kid? Although Harry felt a theory that occurred to him a while ago quite convincing. He felt like the twins would test something like a dimness drought on someone like Ron. So maybe he was suffering under the long-term effects of such a potion. Thinking was not one of Ronald Weasley's strengths. And his last hope, the one person who was supposed to be able to think things through, the brightest witch of their age, was nowhere to be found. Most likely also jumping to conclusions. Harry really needed some space. Hello, Harry. What are you doing here? Myrtle midline horizontal ellipsis. I was just walking around midline horizontal ellipsis, Harry replied, startled by the sudden voice that had ripped him out of his thoughts. Looking around, he realized he had unconsciously wandered into Myrtle's bathroom, where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was hidden away. Probably because he had been thinking so much about the events around the chamber, his feet had automatically led him here. Quickly coming up with a plausible excuse for what he was doing here, he replied, I was just thinking about hiding away in the chamber for a bit. The Hogwarts population is just too troublesome right now, and the chamber is the perfect place to hide away for a bit. Oh, I get you. There are not many places to hide away in Hogwarts. I also always went to this bathroom when the students got too mean. She said a bit sadly, remembering her past, before adding with a silver blush on her cheeks, good luck for the tournament, Harry. The offer for a spot in my toilet still stands if you should die. Thank you, Myrtle midline horizontal ellipsis, Harry said unsure before turning towards the entrance hidden with sinks. He quickly found the tap with the snake engraving, the feeling of Parseltongue once again on his lips, an ability he disregarded far too often. Damn sheep and their prejudices. In anger he hissed, open. As soon as the entrance had opened, he jumped into the darkness of the pipe, not even thinking about how he would get back up. Harry was far too pissed off to think things through right now. His famous temper was fully active now. Once he arrived in the darkness of the tunnel system, miles below the school, Harry didn't stop. He just cast a quick Lumos and headed deeper into the wet tunnels. If he was here already, he could take a look at the chamber before even thinking about what he was even doing here. Harry, in anger, marched straight down the tunnel. Thanks to his overpowered Lumos, he was able to see quite far and easily made out the big piece of discarded basilisk skin. It was huge. While he had been tiny in his second year, from years of malnutrition and abuse, even now, when he had been eating healthier and more for the majority of the year, now that he had grown taller, he still felt like that skin was massive. And the real thing was even bigger. How had he survived back then? Remembering that he had been the one who had to get down here as a tiny second year to solve the problems of the teachers, the ministry, and the so-called greatest wizard of all times, he got even more furious and walked further. But he noted down that he should look for someone who could turn the skin into combat robes or something. Basilisks are supposed to be even more resistant to magic than dragons. Their skin should make excellent robes for this tournament and give him a bigger chance to survive. Soon he passed the collapsed section, which still had a hole big enough for him to fit through, and he finally arrived at the solid stone wall with two entwined stone serpents engraved, which had two large emeralds as their eyes. Even years later, these two serpents that hid the Chamber of Secrets behind them looked as if they were strangely alive. Open with that hiss, the serpents began to move and parted, the wall opened between them, revealing the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Inside, the chamber looked as he had left it behind. It didn't look like anyone had entered. Maybe Dumbledore couldn't enter it without being a Parselmouth. Harry had been certain the old man would come to at least investigate the chamber. This was the sensible thing to do. After all, there could be other dangers hidden away here, more basilisk eggs, for example. If he were headmaster, he would have come to make sure it was safe. Even if he couldn't enter himself, he would have asked Harry for help. But everything looked the same. The corpse of the basilisk was still there, lying dead on the floor where Harry had stabbed it. The damages from the battle were unrepaired, untouched just as they had been. And the stupid, big stone face of that pretentious prick, Salazar Slytherin, the self-styled greatest of the four Hogwarts founders, looking down the chamber, mocking Harry, who had so much trouble thanks to the man's ideals and descendants. Realizing he was alone and nobody could disrupt him or blame him or nag him, Harry raised his wand and cast Bombarda right into Salazar's face. Watching the nose of the massive statue being blown off felt so rewarding. He didn't stop and kept casting Reducto. Bombarda. Reducto. Bombarda Maxima. Into that stupid face that was annoying him off so much. Which was a pretty stupid thing to do. After all, he was in a cave chamber over 1,000 years old, probably created with magic. Centuries before construction static was even a thing. While the stone face of Salazar Slytherin was not riddled with holes, damage, and cracks, it didn't stop just there. Especially the last spell, Bombarda Maxima, had caused a ton of damage, causing cracks to spread out from the statue to the roof area of the chamber. Oh, I am going to die. Harry realized how dumb he had just been. The whole chamber was shaking, and he was too far away from the exit. Massive rocks had already loosened from the roof and were falling right at him all over the ancient chamber. With nowhere to run, he instinctively raised his hands to protect himself. There was nothing else that came to his mind. No spell that could save him. I don't want to die. Suddenly he felt a power inside of him that he had never felt before. Out of his hands came strange purple mist and began to surround him, creating a cover all around him. But what was mist supposed to do? The stones and rubble would just pass through and hit him. As soon as the first stone touched the mist, it disappeared inside of it. It was just gone as soon as it entered the mist. The same thing happened with all the other falling rubble touching his mist. Still, it didn't mean he would survive. Harry Potter had just caused the whole Chamber of Secrets to collapse. He watched as the tons of massive stone crushed the corpse of the basilisk a few meters away from him. Even the entrance got buried below massive amounts of stone. Only his mist was protecting him, creating a small cave for him to survive below the earth. After a while the collapse stopped, the stone having relatively stabilized itself around him. Just great. Instead of being crushed by stone, I am going to be buried alive until I run out of air or starve midline horizontal ellipsis, he muttered dejectedly as he watched the stones surrounding him. Just how am I going to get out of here? Something flickered in front of him. Welcome to the Multiverse chat group. Huh. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 2, Just What Is Going On? First that strange purple mist saving my life, and then some kind of strange text appears in front of me. And what the heck is a multiverse chat group? Harry wondered in complete confusion. Had he been cursed? Is all that the effect of some kind of mind curse, and he is just hallucinating? He couldn't really follow these events. He got the tournament and his stupid stunt by making the Chamber of Secrets collapse. Easy enough to follow. But then a strange form of magic he had never seen or heard of appears and saves his life. And now a string of words appears in front of him that he couldn't really follow. The greeting part is sure. Multiverse was a word he had never really heard of. It sounded like the universe, the space where all stars, planets, and galaxies reside in. So maybe there are multiple of them. Then there are the words chat and group. He got their individual meaning. Combined, they sounded like a group that was talking with one another. Like a book club or something, but a club just for talking. Sounds just strange. Combined with the multiverse part, it had completely different implications. But was there really a thing like people from different universes, aliens, meeting one another to chat? How is that even supposed to work? This chat group was born from your awakened sacred gear combined with the intent of your magic, forming a new subtype that allows you to communicate, interact, and meet with people from all over the multiverse. And more unfamiliar terms pop up. Recently awakened sacred gear probably means the purple mist. Just what was a sacred gear? What is going on? Harry got even more confused than before. I forgot midline horizontal ellipsis. The internet is not really a thing at this point in time. Not sure if you as a wizard would ever use it. I don't really want to explain everything to you. I am not a search engine or a chatbot. I got it. Now the text was acting as if it was listening to him. Just what is going on? A new message appeared in front of his eyes. For convenience's sake and as a starting gift, this system will awaken the necessary memories from one of your past lives. As soon as Harry finished the line of text, wondering what it could mean, his head suddenly hurt. It began with a stream of pictures in front of his inner eye that didn't make any sense to him. But the longer he watched, the more it made sense to him. They were memories, his past memories. He began to understand more and more. For some reason the personal memories about who he was were missing. But out of the context he knew that they were the memories of a regular non-magical. Even without any personal memories, he gained a ton of new information, making his head almost burst. From common sense in a future non-magical world, a full education in computer science, something that hadn't even had a lot of use yet, what use is a programming language that doesn't exist yet, a ton of information about the internet, nerd knowledge, and a lot of entertainment from manga, anime, series, movies, novels, and more. Harry Potter learned what the multiverse was. How amazing and fun it could be, but also how scary it could be. This world was a rather weak one, compared to some existences. Voldemort and Dumbledore were not even ants. Even his own life. If it had been just the canon knowledge, it would have been fine, but his past self had read a ton of fanfics about himself. Some of them were quite concerning to him. What the hell is wrong with people turning him into a girl or making him gay? Can't they just let a character be? And so many dangerous but convincing theories. This is getting confusing. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Is Dumbledore actually a Dark Lord? One thing he was certain of, he didn't like the direction his life had taken off. And the more theories he knew, the more he was certain there had to be some foul play behind the scenes. He absolutely had to learn some spells to detect potions in his food. Harry had absolutely no crush or anything on Ginny Weasley. Before he could fall into a mental crisis about his own existence, a new message appeared in front of him. Do you wish to activate the chat room and become the admin? Having already realized that his own story was becoming the multiversal chat group trope, Harry decided to get some more information first. After all, the way it manifested was quite a bit different. You got manifested because of my magic, and the sacred gear dimension lost one of the Longinus. Do you have the same abilities as the multiversal chat groups I know of? Harry asked, as he had already recognized what that purple mist signified. At the same time it meant his world was far more dangerous. It's even possible that he was killed in the future by one of the members of the hero faction in High School DxD, a world with devils, angels, gods, dragons, and boobs that grant power. UPS midline horizontal ellipsis. In High School DxD, Dimension Lost had been owned by a magician named George. So either this was an alternate universe or Harry had died and his sacred gear had been stolen. He had no idea when exactly High School DxD plays, but based on some reference points for the timeline, George should already have been born. So if this wasn't an AU, the bastard had stolen the sacred gear from him and with it killed him. That wouldn't happen again. But first he had to survive the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort without being a tool for Dumbledore. Not an easy task, impossible on his current level. While the base concept of connecting and communicating with different universes is the same, there is nothing like an omnipotent shop or mission system. The power of Dimension Lost is far too limited to provide these kinds of features. Too bad. It would have made a lot of things easier. Being able to go on a mission in a different world, while the time stops here, would have been really useful for training. Not mentioned is such a completely OP shop that could give me everything for a price. Harry muttered while imagining himself pulling off a gate of Babylon in front of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. So just chatting and exchanging knowledge it is. There is also the trade function. You can send gifts or trade between members of the chat group. And an inventory. After all, Dimension Lost is a space-type sacred gear. That's useful. Harry mused as he sat down on a stone slope at the edge of his small stone prison. Based on the members, he could get his hands on some really useful stuff, and an inventory was always nice. Please activate the chat group and send out the invites. Let's see who we get. As something was happening with the chat group, Harry stared at the stone surrounding him. I wonder if anyone noticed what has happened. Probably not. It's miles below the school midline horizontal ellipsis, sending out the invitations. Please have patience. HPDXD HPDXD HP. Inside a cave, a tall adult female shape sat in the darkness. Her wrists were shackled with heavy bands of an unknown material. She wore white garments with red hakama pants and sandals. She had white hair that is bound between orange rods into a ponytail at the back, which fades into aqua green and then blue the further down it goes, and ends in rectangular locks. Two mostly red horns sprouted out of her head. Her face was hidden by the darkness. Beside her on the cold rock lay a Hanya mask with a blue wig made of an extremely long wild mane. Suddenly something got her attention as her big orange eyes revealed themselves, staring at something in the air in front of her. A confused expression appeared as she muttered, "What is this?" HPDXD HPDXD HP. A tall, voluptuous woman stood at the edge of the cliff, staring at something that had gained her attention. She had thickly braided, bow-adorned, scarlet hair and wore a large witch hat with fur lining at the edges. Her whole outfit was a sexy, risque witch outfit, but nobody would dare to say something inappropriate to her face or survive it. While she had a very beautiful face wearing stylish makeup and red lipstick, it was enraged. Right now she had the mood of totally being angered. The two attendants in her squad remained scared a good distance away from her. Already knowing they had to keep their distance if their lady was in such a mood. "Who dares to play such a joke on me?" The woman gritted out as her eyes wandered over a text seemingly invisible to anyone else. "Let's see if you can keep your promises. Or you will learn what suffering is." HPDXD HPDXD HP. In a large library, a beautiful purple-pink-haired woman abruptly stopped midair while she was sorting her new books into her massive personal collection. With her slim, well-endowed body, she resembled a human being, but otherworldly, if it were not for the two white wings at the height of her hips. Her ears were wing-shaped, and a halo hovered above her head. Right now her purple pupils, surrounded by a golden iris, focused on something in the air in front of her. Suddenly a cross shape formed in her eyes, and her face took on a fascinated look. "Another world? How fascinating." She read out loud, "I haven't been this excited since the ancient war. And this screen is an unknown form of magic, with no trace of elementals around it." HPDXD HPDXD HP. In a tall tower, staring out into the rain that was always falling at this place, stood a purple-haired woman in front of a window, staring blankly out of it. She wears a black robe with red cloud patterns worked into it. Her hair was styled as a bun, with a light blue paper flower clip worked into it. On her middle finger was a particular ring with the kanji for white on it. While her face was neutral, almost emotionless, as she stared blankly into the air in front of her, her eyes told a different story. The gray orbs showed clear confusion and bafflement. Clapping her hands together, suddenly a wave of energy spread out from her body. This technique should be able to disrupt most of the illusionary techniques. How did I get affected by a genjutsu in the middle of aim? Nagato would have notified me if there was an intruder. She muttered to herself as she kept disrupting the flow of chakra inside her body. "It's not working." Midline horizontal ellipsis. This genjutsu is not simple. Playing on my fears. Midline horizontal ellipsis. I should look for Nagato. He will be able to disrupt the genjutsu. If not, then his eyes should be able to tell us more. Ignoring the message floating in front of her, she moved determinedly to another part of the tower. HPDXD HPDXD HP. The Multiversal group chat is officially live. Congratulations to the boy who lived for becoming the admin. The members have been invited. Ding! Kazuki Odin has joined the group chat. Ding! Queen of Dragons has joined the group chat. Ding! Bloodthirsty Bookworm with Wings has joined the group chat. Ding! The invitation to Paper Angel is still open. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 3, Bloodthirsty Bookworm with Wings. Interesting. Is this how it works? I can still not feel any magic coming from it. Queen of Dragons, are you the creator of this so-called group chat? What type of magic is this? Are you ready to fulfill your promise or pay the consequence? Kazuki Odin, it made you also a promise. Did it also offer to take you on an adventure? And magic? You have magic. Harry stared blankly at the messages popping up on the screen in front of him. He had no idea what they were talking about. But the Queen of Dragons sounded really angry, and for some reason, his instinct told him he really didn't want to piss her off. Chat group, what kind of promises are they talking about? I didn't make any promises. Harry addressed the chat group and waited for a reply. After all, it had reacted to him before, but even after a while, nothing was happening. Hello, chat group. Answer me. What did you do? Apparently whatever consciousness it had before was gone, or it was blatantly ignoring him now. Boy Who Lived, admin hello and welcome to this chat group. What promises are you talking about? Queen of Dragons, so you are the one behind this. Where are you? Tell me your location, and let's talk face to face. Don't pretend now. Of course there had to be a special tag behind his username, nice in golden letters, declaring him the admin. And why had that shitty title followed him into the multiverse too? Boy Who Lived, he was not dead yet. And surviving his parents' murder, thanks to their sacrifice, was nothing to be proud of. His mother was the hero, she deserves the praise. Then there were the members of the chat group. Besides one of them, he was uncertain of who they were. Kazuki Odin was obvious. And for a moment he thought the Queen of Dragons was Daenerys Targaryen, but her character was far too aggressive for a first interaction. And the way she asked about magic didn't sound like the way Daenerys would ask about a mysterious power, more like she was familiar with it. Boy Who Lived, admin, I honestly have no idea what promise you're talking about. I don't even know who you are. Meeting up is a bit tricky, after all, this is a multiverse chat group, and we're in different universes. But maybe I can help if you tell me exactly what happened. Kazuki Odin, oh, a text popped up and promised me to take me on a bigger adventure than Kazuki Odin's if I accept to join it. Bloodthirsty Bookworm with Wings, are you not this Kazuki Odin? It was similar for me, a text appeared to me, promising me fun like during the Great War and knowledge from different universes. And how can you not know us, admin, if the name is a fitting description, at least for myself? And how does your magic work? I don't feel any elementals from it. Queen of Dragons, because he is lying. He may not have intended to cast his magic on me, but now that he recognizes who I am, he is pretending. Where are you? Don't hide. Come out. Hiding will just prolong your suffering. Boy Who Lived, admin, it really isn't my fault. Just now I was about to die, and then my space-type sacred gear activated and protected me from a collapsing cave. Tough it had more abilities, like this multiversal chat group. As soon as I activated it, everything happened by itself, inviting 4 more people, generating names, and so on. I didn't choose my own name either. And her name isn't Kazuki Oden. Queen of Dragons, how do you know that if you are in a different universe? Kazuki Oden, yes. And where is the fifth member? We are only 4, and you invited 4 more people besides yourself. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, and what's a sacred gear? Boy who lived, admin sigh, so many questions. In my world, a sacred gear is a type of magical artifact a god created in the past to give humans strength. Usually it has some type of being, like a dragon or object, sealed away from where it gets its power. These powers range from doubling your strength to abilities on a conceptual level. Mine can manipulate and control space as far as I know. I've only got it for a few minutes. One of its abilities is this chat group. I know, Kazuki Oden, because, as far as I can tell, you are, from my perspective, a fictional character appearing in a story called One Piece. So far I've got an idea about Bookworm too. You are a flugel, right? And I have a guess on the 5th member too, but she hasn't accepted the invitation yet. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, I see. These sacred gears sound fascinating. And you are right, I am a flugel. How about we start with an introduction? I am Jibril, member of the Council of 18 Wings of the Exceed Rank 6 Flugel. The last and strongest creation of my departed master, Artosh. Nice to meet you. Kazuki Oden, oh, flugel sound a bit like lunarians. So the group is made up of a flugel, a dragon, a ghost, and me, an oni. I am Yamato, the daughter of Keidu, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Currently I am imprisoned on Onigashima, the main base of Keida's territory, because I don't wish to become my father's heir. Instead, my dream is to go on an adventure like my great inspiration, Kazuki Oden, the former daimyo of Ueno, who has been killed by Keidu. Happy to be here and go with you on an adventure. Boy who lived, admin who is the ghost. Kazuki Oden, are you not a ghost admin? Your name says you are dead. Boy who lived, admin, that stupid title. No, I am very much alive. Thank you. At least for now. My name is Harry Potter, a wizard, a human subspecies. Similar to humanity in your world, Jibril, just my people have the innate ability to use magic. In my community I am also quite famous, and unfortunately known as the boy who lived, because a Dark Lord wanted to kill me when I was 1 year old, and I survived an instant kill spell that no one had survived before. Which pretty much happened to a sacrificial magic my mother used in order to protect me. Right now I am still a student. I got forced into a magical tournament where I have to face a dragon in a bit more than 3 weeks, or lose my magic. Oh, but that doesn't matter because I will starve to death before then, since I am right now buried alive in a small cave miles below ground, because I accidentally collapsed a cave above myself and only survived because I awakened a sacred gear. So yeah, nice to have someone to talk to until I die. Though you can prolong my life, since you could send me food through this chat group. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, midline horizontal ellipsis, Kazuki Oden, please don't die. Queen of Dragons, that sounds pathetic. Anyway, let's see if our admin knows me. I am Irene Bosirian, the strongest woman of the Spriggan 12 of the Alvarez Empire. I am the creator of dragon-slaying magic, who is suffering a long life now transformed into a dragon, no longer able to enjoy the pleasure of being a human. This chat group dared to promise me that through it I would be able to regain the ability to truly live like a human again. Once again being able to sleep, to taste real food, and no longer permanently feeling uncomfortable in my human form. But seeing how stupid our admin is, who somehow created this group, I don't believe that this will happen. I will still blame you for it. Boy who lived, admin. Oh Merlin, I am so dead. The most beautiful dragon queen, far stronger than the excuse of a dragon I have to face soon, is going to kill me. What an amazing ability my sacred gear gave me, and I am not stupid. Just inexperienced. Maybe I should remain here. Back in the Alvarez Empire, a faint blush formed on the cheeks of Irene Bosirian. How dare that boy? Just because he is in a different world, he dares to tease me in such a manner. Just wait, I will find you and make you pay. She gritted out in anger as she read that last message. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings. Maybe Irene is talking about the fact that you awakened a space-type power and didn't think about just teleporting away? Queen of Dragons, exactly. What kind of imbecile awakens a space-type artifact and doesn't think about being able to teleport? You even mentioned it could send objects between universes. It should be able to transport to some other place. So why should I believe that message that you could help me with my biggest desire and end my suffering? Boy who lived, admin. First of all, it's not my fault that you got clickbait. And I just got my sacred gear. Besides using it in an extreme stress situation, this chat group is the first interaction with it. Wizards also have different forms of teleportation that I haven't learned yet. But this place should be protected against them, so I didn't think of it. But it should be possible with a sacred gear. And lastly, that promise is not wrong. I already thought of multiple ways to fulfill it. Queen of Dragons, don't lie, or I will really find a way to kill you. It doesn't matter how much you try to flatter me. Boy who lived, admin. I am not lying. The things you three were baited with are really possible. The first part of Jibril's promise is the easiest. Books can be absolutely exchanged through this system. As for her second part of battle, the multiverse is really full of it. If my sacred gear can send objects to different worlds, I should be able to travel to them and maybe take people with me. The same goes for Yamato's dream of an adventure. I know that Kadu put explosive shackles on you. If I am able to travel to you, I can transfigure them for you, and we can escape together on an adventure. I would really love to travel through the seas of your world. It's one of my most favorite stories and one of the most beautiful worlds I have seen. Seeing it in real life would be a dream. Queen of Dragons, and me, how do you think you could give me my sensations back? Allowing me to enjoy life again. Now that you boasted so much, I will hold you to it. Boy who lived, admin. I have to admit that your problem is probably the most complex one. And most of the solutions are hard to accomplish and in different universes from our own, like the Dragon Balls, which are able to summon a dragon that can fulfill wishes. The world they exist in is beyond the scope of the power of our own. There are people that can destroy whole planets with a single finger. But my world has two solutions I can think of, one temporary and one which will probably want you to kill me. Midline horizontal ellipsis. The temporary one is different, spells and potions from my magic community that create artificial emotions and feelings for a time, also affecting beings of magic. Queen of Dragons, I see, you will send me some of these potions. And the one which will make me want to kill me. Speak. I won't kill you for just mentioning it. Boy who lived, admin. Well, it will take quite some effort and danger from my part, and I have only some ideas on how to get my hands on them, but my world has artifacts that are able to transform your race. A bit of context, Like in Jibril's world, there has been a great war in mine too, a long time ago. Quite a lot of beings from different supernatural races died back then. These races have often a low fertility rate, and many are still on the brink of extinction thanks to that fact. A genius from the devil race created a set of artifacts called evil pieces to turn members of other races into devils. While they keep most of the traits of their original race, devils are creatures of sin. Especially the 7 cardinal sins. How can you live out your slothiness if you are unable to sleep, or your gluttony if you are unable to taste food? This would definitely return the senses you lost as a dragon back to you. One of the dragon kings of this world has become a devil, for example. Queen of Dragons, that sounds not bad. Why would I kill you for suggesting that? Boy Who Lived, admin. Well, while there are also a few other advantages, like a lifespan of at least 10,000 years and a serious power-up, there is a major downside. Devil society is a noble society. Of course they don't want to be overthrown by transformed devils. This whole transformation system takes place in the form of a peerage. Evil pieces are designed after chess pieces. There are 16 overall. Each one can transform a person into a devil who gains some specific benefits based on the piece. The leader and owner of a peerage is obviously the king. All other members are servants of the king. To become a devil you would need to be a servant. Harry began to sweat as he wrote down the last message. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1trusage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 4. Queen of Dragons. While you know me somewhat, it doesn't seem to be detailed. Do you know what my current occupation is? Boy Who Lived, admin. You work under Xerif, having joined his Alvarez empire, like you already mentioned, as a member of the Spriggan 12. Queen of Dragons, so you really know about me. Now I am really interested in how much you know. I joined Xerif because he helped me regain my human shape, even if he couldn't restore the feeling of being a human. It also helps that we have a common goal. If you really are able to help me enjoy living again, I have no problem following you. Although I would recommend becoming a bit stronger, not that I accidentally overthrow you. Smirking emoji. Boy Who Lived, admin. I see. And I thought it had mostly to do with your common goal of stopping acnologia. I will see what I can do. It would require me to become a devil myself. While I have no problem with being one, after all, the benefits are enticing. I don't enjoy being a servant myself. Kazuki Odin, I believe in you. Boy Who Lived, admin. Thank you, Yamato. Let's see if I am able to get out of here. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings. Good luck. Using dimension lost to get out of here was easier said than done. After all, he had no idea how to use it yet. Luckily he also gained meta-knowledge from his own original timeline. Apparition lessons were, after all, one of the few lessons in the Harry Potter books that went into actual details. An apparition shouldn't be too different from using dimension lost to teleport out of here. After all, a sacred gear adapts and reacts according to its user. Issei used his perversions and boobs as triggers for his boosted gear since it was the one thing his mind was focusing on his whole life, so Dimension Lost should react in a similar way and could be used like magic, something Harry was familiar with. First Harry stretched his hands out and focused on the feeling he had when he instinctively summoned the purple mist from Dimension Lost to protect himself earlier. Out of the palms of his hands streamed the mist. So far so good. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Now let's see if that works, he muttered as he watched the mist wobbling in front of him. Instinctively he decided to follow the same concept as used in Apparition, the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. At the beginning he thought about going to the shed piece of basilisk skin in front of the chamber, but he had no idea how much of the cave system had actually collapsed. Harry had no intention of finding out what would happen if he transported himself into solid material. Neither is he interested in being spotted by someone. Dimension Lost, or the ability to teleport inside of Hogwarts, or anti-apparition and anti-portkey, was nothing he wanted to become common knowledge. It's a major advantage against anyone in the wizarding world, be it the Ministry, Voldemort, or even Dumbledore, who he was uncertain of at this point. Harry chose the outermost point of the cave system below Hogwarts, right under the pipe sled behind the entrance in Myrtle's bathroom. Hogwarts wards should have protected the place since it's directly below the school. As soon as the image was clear in his head and the desire to travel there, Dimension Lost reacted. The purple fog from around his hands in front of him began to solidify into a round shape. A portal. It was spinning just like the portals the masters of the mystic arts used in the MCU. The only difference so far was the color, his were purple. Focusing more and more on his desired destination, the portal spread out, and Harry could see that the other side was safe and hadn't collapsed. Not wanting to get stuck or try if he had a limit on how long he could keep up the portal in this situation, he decided to jump through as soon as it was big enough. And it closed behind him. As his concentration broke, I will have to practice that midline horizontal ellipsis. At least he had made it out, and was now at the end of the pipe that he had slid down before. Tough. Using his sacred gear seems to be tougher than he had ever imagined it. Well, getting the ability to manipulate space is amazing and broken, but there are clearly limitations. Using the purple mist was far easier than turning it into a portal. But the mist itself didn't allow him to teleport wherever he wanted, it only allowed him to transport things into an artificial space inside the sacred gear, like an inventory. Amazing to block attacks or trap opponents, but limited in application. Dimension Lost had actually actively resisted his attempt to teleport or form a portal. Well, he just got it. As if he would get OP by just having it. While it was a Longinus, a sacred gear with the potential to kill gods or destroy the world, it's still only the potential. A lot of it depended on the user. As far as he knew, in the case of Dimension Lost, it was the ability of the mist to transport people into the dimensional gap. Which he couldn't do yet. If the user was strong enough, it could cover a whole country and transport everyone in it to the dimensional gap, to be destroyed by the void. Which would work on weaker beings, but not gods or other powerful existences. And its defensive capabilities were also quite good. But how that had the potential to kill a god, he had no idea. But it could be that no one had reached its true potential yet. After all, portals were not a part of its known abilities. Harry had his work and experimentation cut out in that regard. Still, Dimension Lost was a useful trump card, one that could ensure his survival, but not one he wanted to reveal in the Triwizard Tournament. There would be too many questions asked. He still needed to prepare himself to face a dragon in 3 or 4 weeks. Congratulations for figuring out a new application of your subtype sacred gear, Dimension Lost. As a one-time reward and reaction to the user's desires, the Multiversal chat room will unlock the special ability, Random Jump. Random Jump allows the user to utilize the space abilities of Dimension Lost to jump to a random universe. The user can't decide on the universe himself, it will be selected according to his current needs. There is a cooldown period for the ability after returning. The user can take other people with him through the portal. That solves quite a few of my problems. So if I want a universe where I can train for the tournament, so that I have at least the same experience as the other participants, would it send me to a world where time flows differently? Harry asked the chat, hoping that he would get a reply. Yes, a world fitting these criteria would be selected. But during that time you would lose access to the chat group, since the worlds of the current members are in sync with the user's world. Neither would you age as much, since your own personal time is synced to this world too. Not that you would complain since you wouldn't have to find an excuse for how you aged up. Makes sense. Sounds like a plan. Harry said as he thought about it, well, I will have to make some preparations first. Get some books to study from and some potions that could be useful. Now that I think about it, I will need to think about it carefully. It's an unknown world, where I don't have an identity or a roof above my head. Those are also things I have to prepare for. Like some gold as hard currency. Can I even leave the castle while being bound by the Goblet of Fire? Well, these were things he had to consider later. For now, he had to get out of here. As he stared at the pipe in front of him, that he had mindlessly jumped onto for a second time in his life, he realized how he hadn't thought things through. The first time a phoenix had carried him up, but now he was stuck. And he didn't really want to ask Fawkes to come here, he wasn't sure he would come in the first place, and the less Dumbledore knew, the better. Even if it wasn't an evil Dumbledore, Dumbledore was still a manipulator, and Harry had no longer any interest in being a pawn for someone else's plots. Well, let's put that fanfic knowledge to work. Maybe their theories would work. After all, it made sense. There was no way Salazar fucking Slytherin would use a slide to get to his chamber. Stairs, Harry hissed. In front of his eyes the pipe began to move and shape up into a staircase leading upwards to Hogwarts. Well, that makes sense. Harry muttered as he thought about his past self, jumping idiotically into the darkness. Sure, he had Lockhart to test it out for them, but if he remembers correctly, they didn't even wait for the man to make it down and jumped directly behind him into the unknown. And it wasn't even the first time they did it. In his first year they jumped down the trapdoor towards the Philosopher's Stone, without knowing what even was there. If it weren't for the Devil's Snare, all three of them would have broken their legs from such a height. While he was walking upwards, he swore to himself he would think things through. Harry now had a lot of knowledge about what was going on in the future, but this world was far bigger and more dangerous than just the wizarding world. There were gods, devils, fallen angels, monsters, dragon gods, and more. Most of them more powerful than Dumbledore or Voldemort. One thing was sure, he had to be careful. He is weak, very weak right now. Ding! Paper Angel has joined the group chat. And there is that. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support, I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to one advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 5, Bloodthirsty Bookworm with Wings. Oh, the mysterious fifth member has joined. I am Jabril, nice to meet you. What kind of world do you come from? Kazuki Odin, welcome. Paper Angel, are you really from different worlds? How do I know you are not lying? Queen of Dragons, not even introducing yourself, how impolite. But yes, we live in different worlds. The one who could prove it best since he seems to know us all and even our futures is the admin. But he is currently occupied. Boy who lived, admin. I have a bit of time. I made it out of the critical situation already. Teleportation worked, even though this place is warded against such travel. Kazuki Odin, nice to hear, Harry. Boy who lived, admin. Thanks, Yamato. Well, proving that we are indeed in different worlds is a bit harder. I don't have anything at hand right now that could without a doubt prove that it's an item or magic from another world. My best shot is with knowledge. First I would need to confirm your identity, Paper Angel. While there are multiple people with paper-based powers, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a paper-based power. The word angel limits the possible candidates tremendously. And your first reaction is to fish for information and not give anything away. You also didn't click on accept instantly, which proves a suspicious character. My guess right now is that you are a blue-haired kunoichi originating from the land of rain. Paper Angel, midline horizontal ellipsis. Yes. Boy who lived, admin. Okay, I didn't expect to actually get an answer. But that makes it easier. Well, I have no idea where in the timeline you already are, but since you are already a kunoichi who can manipulate paper, you should have a friend with purple ringed eyes. Paper Angel, what about him? Boy who lived, admin. Nothing. I am just using him to prove that we are from different worlds. After all, if that were the truth, we could rely on each other since we have no contradicting interests. Rather even similar interest, since you have already read the previous chats. Paper Angel, I see. Boy who lived, admin. Anyway, I will continue to prove my knowledge without influencing you too much. I have no idea how my intervention would affect your worlds. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan. While he is a descendant of the Sage of the Six Paths, the younger son shouldn't have the Rinnegan. The younger son inherited the sage's strong body. The older son inherited his ocular powers. Paper Angel, what is that supposed to mean? Boy who lived, admin. Someone implanted Nagato with the Rinnegan. His heritage is the first proof. The second one is, if it were his power, why does it cost him his lifespan? Queen of Dragons, as fascinating as this conversation is. The admin has dropped quite a scary comment. Some of our futures are intertwined with the future of our worlds. Like world-ending events? Boy who lived, admin. Sigh perceptive of you, Irene. But considering that you are targeting the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, it should be obvious. Please refrain from asking more, I really have no idea what the best course of action is. And a butterfly effect is already there with this chat group. I want to keep it minimal to keep the advantage of my knowledge. Queen of Dragons, I don't like it. But it seems to be a sensible choice. Still, don't get disappointed if it doesn't work out. These things often don't. Anyway, I am interested in who our newest member actually is. It's time for an introduction. In the end it doesn't make a difference since our admin already knows you. Kazuki Odin, yeah, are you in Ueno? We have kunoichis too. Although I never heard of the Land of Rain. Paper Angel, it seems I have no choice. Especially if I want to get the admin's knowledge, who seems to know a lot. I am Conan, a kunoichi from the Land of Rain. Currently I am a member of Akatsuki and one of the leaders of the Land of Rain. Kazuki Odin, nice to meet you, Conan. I am Yamato. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, another world. Joining this group was a great choice. I am Jibril. So does magic exist in your world, Conan? Paper Angel, as far as I know, it does not. We use chakra to power our jutsus. Queen of Dragons, ninjas are always so suspicious. But good to meet you. What is the difference between magic and chakra? How does the strength between our universes differ? Boy who lived, admin seems like a question for me. Well, chakra, like ether nano or elementals, is a source of power that allows the user to cause multiple effects similar to magic. There are differences in applications but also similarities. It's hard to explain. You can discuss it later on. As for strength comparison, I would say overall most of our worlds are similar in strength, besides Jibril's, who is vastly stronger. With magic attacks that can affect whole planets being relatively common. Kazuki Odin, Jibril's world sounds scary. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, not really. We can't fight anymore. The Great War was ended by the one true God, Tet, who has changed the fundamental laws of our universe. While we on paper have that kind of strength, we can't use it for warfare anymore since one of the laws forbids us from killing. Our conflicts are resolved through games. Queen of Dragons, what? I seem to have misread. Or are you telling me that if a nation has a conflict, it could be decided through a game of stone paper scissors instead of an actual war? Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings, you got it. Queen of Dragons, that's quite interesting and unique. Boy who lived, admin yep, a fun world. You can become God there if you are the best player. Well, as for the strongest between the other worlds, it's hard to tell. Conan's world has probably the highest peak power one has ever reached. But until now there have only been a handful of people who have ever reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. While Kaga-level people are even more common in the other world and easier to become. Yamato's world has quite a lot of cheat powers that you get by eating a so-called devil fruit. While Irene's own magic is really overpowered, there are quite a few magics of that sort with ridiculous powers. In my own world, gods, angels, devils, and dragons are quite common, and I still have no idea how they compare. I just know they are not as strong as an old deus in Jibril's world, which is pretty much the peak in her world. Kazuki Odin, big universe midline horizontal ellipsis. Now I really want to see it. Harry Potter, admin me too, Yamato. But first I will have to survive this damn tournament. By the way, in the upper right corner are different options. Including one to change your username. I am suggesting you use it, it makes things easier. Queen of Dragons changed her username to Irene Belsirian. Bloodthirsty bookworm with wings changed her username to Jibril. Jibril, what confidence. It sounds like Mr. Admin has found a way to traverse the multiverse. Kazuki Odin changed her username to Yamato. Yamato, really? Can you really travel between worlds? Get me, I can beat up anyone with you in that tournament. Harry Potter, admin I did. But I can't exactly control which world I want to travel to. It reacts to my needs and desires, and right now I need a world that I can train in with enough time for the tournament. Which one it will be, I have no idea. Only that I can't use the chat group during that time, since time flows differently between our worlds and this one. Paper Angel changed her username to Conan. Conan, sounds like you will spend a considerable amount of time in a different world. As far as I could gather, you are still relatively young. Won't people notice if you suddenly got older? Harry Potter, admin. My personal time is still connected to this world. I get a lot of time to train, but I age only as much time as here passes. Don't ask me about the exact mechanics behind it, I am also new to all this. Irene Belsirian, fascinating, this gives you quite the edge in comparison to other people. But you will need to prepare necessary training resources and other things to survive in that world. Harry Potter, admin. Yeah, I would also like to exchange knowledge, specifically magic books, with you guys. Specifically Jabril, since she is most interested in them and has quite the wide range of magic knowledge gathered over her long life. Jabril, that is no problem. We can do it right now. I can give you copies of the basics of all magic systems on this board that I possess. Although whether you are able to use them without access to the spirit circuit or the racial traits is another question. Irene Belsirian, I am also intrigued about your magic. I can also offer some basic books on magic. It would be interesting to see whether you could awaken your magic without access to Ether Nano. Harry Potter, admin. Haha, please slow down. While I am open to such an exchange as soon as I can, I am still not sure whether I can even leave my school. After all, I am magically bound to this tournament. And I have no idea whether I am even allowed to leave or if this would break the contract. Right now, all I have is one complete set of my schoolbooks till year 4. And I kind of need them for my own studies. While I know who I can ask about the tournament, the earliest I can expect an answer is tomorrow. And even then, I am orphan. My funds are heavily limited. Jabril, don't worry, I am patient. What kind of currency are you using? Harry Potter, admin. Gold, silver, and bronze coins, while the non-magical world uses a form of paper currency with a few low-value metal coins. Jabril, here then, this should work. Consider it a gift. If you need more, just tell me. I don't have much use for that scrap metal. For each book you send me, I will send you one too. Jabril has sent you a gift. Do you accept? Yes/no. As soon as Harry pressed on yes, a stack of gold bars appeared on the stairs in front of him. His eyes bulged as he counted 32 heavy gold bars of considerable size. They should be worth several million. Well, that solved the problem of his funds. Hopefully, the goblins would accept them. Else he had no idea how he should sell them in the non-magical world without gaining considerable attention. Once he stored them in his inventory, he refocused on the chat group. Harry Potter, admin. I hope that works. I will need to see if I can sell them first. Are you only interested in magical books or also non-magical ones? Jabril, since it's a different world, I don't have any of them. So I will take all the books you get your hands on. Irene Belsirian, I take the magical ones. These potions are also interesting, I would love to exchange for them too. Harry Potter, admin. Sure, but let me first get out of here. The more I chat, the more time I lose. If I am able to leave the castle, I would love to exchange some potions for a few magic items. Like the gale force reading glasses I know exist in your world. Irene Belsirian, that can be arranged. We will determine the details once you are free. Yamato, see ya, Harry. Harry Potter, admin till tomorrow. I will keep you up to date. Conan, midline horizontal ellipsis by. Harry closed the chat and opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. You are alive? Myrtle asked as she noticed him stepping into her bathroom. I thought you got buried alive. Great, the school had noticed something. Yeah, I am alive. What happened? Harry asked carefully, not giving anything away. Didn't you notice the earthquake? The whole school shook. Myrtle said dramatically. No. I didn't feel it down there. Harry lied before he said goodbye to Myrtle. Now he wished he would have taken his invisibility cloak with him. He had no idea how the school reacted to an earthquake. His preference would be to get back to his common room without disruption. Potter. Just great. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1trusage. Free members get access to one advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 6. His Potter luck hadn't changed at all. Just good that he was already down the corridor towards the great staircase and hadn't been spotted in front of Myrtle's bathroom. The one person he had to meet right now was a teacher. And not just any teacher, but a greasy-haired dungeon bat. Of course he had to run into Severus Snape. Snape was one of the last people he had wanted to meet right now. Knowing his own future made his feelings about the professor relatively complex. A double agent that sacrificed everything to protect him and his students during a time when Voldemort reigned? And at the same time a man that is still in love, no, obsessed with Harry's mother. What is he supposed to feel about that? Does it excuse the hateful bullying Harry has to endure under the man, because James Potter bullied him too? To be real, Snape wasn't innocent himself. And then there are a ton of theories and fanfic knowledge, not necessarily putting the man in a positive light. Harry stopped and turned around, avoiding the eyes of the dark-haired professor. Until he learned a clemency, he wouldn't look into his or Dumbledore's eyes. Their legitimacy is canon and not a theory. Potter midline horizontal ellipsis roaming the corridors again, I see. Such arrogance. Rules are for lesser students, are they? 10 points from Gryffindor, and another 10 for your inevitable excuse. Snape sneered at him. This corridor isn't restricted, Professor. Neither is it curfew yet. Harry replied calmly. He wouldn't let himself be provoked. Snape remained quiet for a moment, staring at Harry unimpressed, trying to catch his eyes, until he replied, as it may be, Potter, all students are required to return to their common rooms immediately until the cause of this disturbance has been identified. Did you fail to hear the announcement? Or perhaps he narrows his eyes. You know something about this sudden shaking? Care to enlighten me? I have no idea, Professor. My mind has been occupied with preparations for the tournament. Harry replied as calmly as possible, not trying to show his nervousness. I see. Return to your common room at once, Potter. And no detours. His voice drips with cold authority, and his eyes narrow as if daring Harry to defy him. Harry didn't dare to comment on anything. "Yes, Professor," and hurried away. The man was clearly suspicious about him, at the latest after this talk. He probably knew now that Harry knew about legilimency or had an idea about his mind reading. Avoiding his eyes so obviously was a clear giveaway. Not that Snape could say anything. Legilimency is most likely illegal, especially on students. It was better to simply get out of the man's way. He had already been planning to head towards his common room either way. After all, there was a letter he had to write today. From the grand staircase he moved towards the 7th floor. The castle right now was devoid of all students, since most of them probably had already moved towards their common rooms. Hopefully collapsing the Chamber of Secrets accidentally didn't cause any changes in the landscape, or Dumbledore would be able to figure out that he had been responsible. It didn't help that Snape had caught him close to Myrtle's bathroom. As he stepped into the 7th floor corridor, Harry stopped. Now is actually the best time to make a small detour. The corridors were empty, and no one would interrupt him. Sure, it would be safer if he had the Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak with him, but even if he gets caught, what are they going to do? Expel him? Yeah, right. Well, if Snape catches him again, things would be unpleasant. But he didn't plan to attend classes this year, which he knew champions didn't need to, so they can prepare for the tournament. It wouldn't matter that much. And Snape was always unpleasant towards him. And most importantly, with his broader knowledge about his own future, the depths of the world, and the possibilities of the multiverse, attending Hogwarts didn't feel that important anymore. Harry knew with enough time to grow, he could simply bitch-slap Dumbledore and Voldemort, and they could do nothing. Even if the Ministry of Magic declared him a criminal or something, the wizarding world is at the weaker levels of power, even in this world. They are above average humans in strength, but at most are equal to many of the other supernatural races. The most powerful wizards, like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort, would at most have high-class devil strength. That's an optimistic estimate. No, the wizarding world was a good starting point with their broad range of different magics, but power-wise, Harry would quickly outscale it with Dimension Lost, a Longinus. Even if it is a rather defensive Longinus. What kept him in the wizarding world were a handful of people, of whom he was at this point uncertain if they were genuine or not. Not something he wanted to truly face right now. For example, Hermione could genuinely care about him but would most likely still report him to Dumbledore if he acted strangely, because she blindly trusts the man. And with his current strength, this was the last thing he needed. Harry had no idea what kind of Dumbledore he was facing here. He simply couldn't risk the man acting against him right now, because Harry doesn't follow his plans anymore or something, since he was too weak to face him. Memory manipulation was a real thing here. His sacred gear doesn't protect him from it. Before he could do something in the wizarding world, he needed power, resources, and time. And he knew where he could get some resources right now. Since it's already almost on the way to the common room either way, it's only a small detour. Instead of walking towards the corridor with the Gryffindor common room, he headed down the 7th floor corridor. He stopped in front of a massive tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy's foolish attempt to train trolls for the ballet. Focusing as he walked the corridor up and down, Harry thought, I need to access the room of hidden things midline horizontal ellipsis, the place where all the unwanted things go midline horizontal ellipsis. I need the place where everything is hidden. The moment he passed the wall for a third time, it began to change. A highly polished door had appeared on the wall. Huh, that's how it looks like. I wonder what else it can do. Unfortunately, I have no time for that. Harry sighed as he opened the door and stepped into the room. Inside he was greeted by a silent room in the size of a cathedral with the appearance of a city. Its towering walls are built of objects discarded by generations of students. A true trove of hidden treasures. There were alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture. What made Harry's eyes light up were the piles of thousands of books, used or very old, others probably even banned. A lot was contained in the room of hidden things, old clothes and other textiles, weapons, some of them a bit newer, others rusted, congealed potions, cloaks, something that looked remarkably like dragon eggshells, and even jewelry and other valuables. Harry stared at all that. It's more than I expected. If I were to go through the room bit by bit, it would take me years to sort through all of that. Of course Harry had a better idea. He stretched his hands out and focused on Dimension Lost, conjuring the purple mist once again. Through sheer concentration, he tried to spread the mist out as far as possible. After all previous users of the sacred gear had been able to cover whole cities with the mist. He watched the mist expand a few meters around him, covering the objects until it stopped as he had reached his limits. Turns out he is quite weak. After all, the range of the mist is based on his strength and willpower. Still, it's not bad for a first day, or rather, a first try. And as far as he could tell, wizards are at the lower levels of power in the supernatural world. That would change. With a wave, the first batch of things disappeared inside his sacred gear. And Harry moved to the next area, once again spreading the purple mist out to collect more objects in the room of hidden things. In such a manner he spent the next hour collecting everything that had been stored in here over the last few centuries. Harry realized that a lot of the things left in this room were abandoned school things, full trunks with all their clothes and school necessities. It gave him a macabre realization of how many of the things landed in this room. But what were the house elves supposed to do with the school things of students that would never return for them? War was a terrible thing. Especially caused by a madman like Voldemort targeting whole families. With that macabre realization, Harry kept working. The house elves will be shocked. He mused as he looked at the now empty room. Without a care, he had stored everything inside Dimension Lost, even the Horcrux. As soon as he had spotted Ravenclaw's diadem, he had collected it with his sacred gear, not even risking triggering any trap Voldemort could have left behind. If he focused, he could feel a large collection of different objects floating inside his sacred gear. Dimension Lost contained a pocket dimension, one that he couldn't enter but still use as storage. To be honest, with so much stuff, it felt really chaotic. Just good that his subtype Dimension Lost is supposed to have an inventory function. Inventory. Harry thought, and like with the chat group, a screen appeared in front of his eyes. Well, inventory it is midline horizontal ellipsis. How am I supposed to find anything in there? Harry complained as he scrolled through the mess of thousands of different objects. This whole inventory was pretty much a text list with countless entries above each other. Entries like half-rusted sword 13, unknown congelated green potion 3, broken wood chair with 3 legs 3, and so on. Hoping that his sacred gear would also so far react to his needs and desires, he imagined the modded Skyrim inventory, the one he was familiar with. And in front of his eyes the UI adapted to a design similar to the one he was familiar with from his modded Skyrim game. Still not exactly the same, it had more tabs and additional information. Although as far as he could tell, the information was based on his knowledge. Like he had no idea what unknown congealated green potion 3 does. He was no potion master. For example, books in a language he could comprehend were normally listed in a book tab. There were even subtabs sorting them by genre, although most of them were in the unsorted subtab since he had no idea about their content. There are a lot of books, titles like Legilimency for the Curious Wizard and The Silent Fortress, Mastering Occlumency, that directly caught his eye as they covered a topic he was desperately in need of. But also a ton of other fascinating titles that could come in handy, like 100 Practical Defense Spells, Curses and Counter Curses, Unveiling the Dark Arts, A Guide for Wormages, and Praxis Magia Demonica, but also more esoteric books that he couldn't tell what they were about at first glance, like The Harmonies of Aphrodite, Grey Ranking, and Fundamental Formula. Of course, there were also multiple sets of school books for each year, from old to the newest versions. More than enough to trade with. Although he wanted to read many of them himself, especially the ones that were unique. Out of curiosity and in order to test his inventory, he decided to take a look at The Harmonies of Aphrodite. A bit of purple mist came out of his hand, and the book dropped on his palm. Neat. Can I drop them off from a distance too? He wondered as the mist moved a bit away from him and suddenly a chair dropped onto the floor before he once again collected it. This can become handy. He still had a ton of debris from the Chamber of Secrets stored inside his inventory too. For now he chose to take a look at the book he had just retrieved out of his inventory. It was a small black leather-bound book, with roses and different kinds of birds, like doves and swans, depicted on the cover. The title worked into it in pinkish metallic letters. Opening it, he began to flip through the pages, taking a curious look at the content as a pinkish blush formed on his cheeks. Why is this in a school? It was a translation of a Greek spell tome about a particular branch of magic he had no idea even existed in the wizarding world, aeromancy. Of course, this is Draconic Days Midline Horizontal Ellipsis, a world where boobs can grant power UPS Midline Horizontal Ellipsis, Harry realized as he read fascinated through the first pages of the book. This will get handy. Overcoming his curiosity, he closed the book and put it into his inventory, heading towards the exit. He had other things to do. There was an important letter he had to send today. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to one advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 7 November 1st, 1994 Dear Harry, you indeed contacted the right official in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Organizing the Triwizard Tournament has indeed been a tremendous responsibility, and I greatly appreciate your recognition of my efforts in this regard. I have familiarized myself thoroughly with the intricacies of the rules and their finer points. To address your inquiries, as a champion, you are permitted to leave Hogwarts grounds if it is for purposes related to your preparation for the tournament. That said, I recommend informing Professor Dumbledore beforehand to ensure everything is properly accounted for. Regarding your obligations, your attendance is required at the wand weighing ceremony, the 3 tasks, and the Yule Ball. Outside of these events, your time is your own to prepare, though I trust you will still give due attention to your studies even though you are released from them this year. As for the matter of using magic outside of Hogwarts, your situation is somewhat unique. While you are technically considered of age due to the tournament's rules, your OWLs qualifying you for wand usage are still incomplete, and the trace placed on you remains active. Magic performed in emergencies or directly connected to the tournament is unlikely to cause issues, but I would strongly advise against unnecessary spellcasting to avoid potential complications. I trust this clarifies matters. I am confident you will approach this challenge with maturity and determination, bringing honor to Hogwarts and Gryffindor. If you have further questions, do not hesitate to write again. Best wishes, Percy I. Weasley, Department of International Magical Cooperation. P.S. Please remind Ron to take his studies seriously. A focus on one's future is always worthwhile. Yup, Percy Weasley has become the pure incarnation of a bootlicking ministry official, still a useful contact to have. Just a bit of flattery, playing to his importance, qualifications, and good work, and he got all the questions he needed answered. Hedwig had found him just when he left the kitchen after his breakfast with his packed lunch that he asked the elves for. He decided to avoid the Great Hall for now. A contact in the ministry would come in handy. After all, it was better to keep them on his side, especially if they were so easy to manipulate like Percy. Percy was ambitious and wanted to climb the ministry ladder, and Harry was a famous hero in the wizarding world, a symbol that the ministry wanted behind them. So it was easy for Harry to use Percy, while the ministry had a positive attitude towards Harry. While his original self hated his fame, the current him, with far more knowledge about the universe, could see the positives in using it. Especially since he was such a small fry right now, he could use every advantage. Of course that didn't mean he would follow every recommendation Percy made. Harry was only interested in the actual rules. He had no plans of informing Dumbledore about anything before he left Hogwarts. Dumbledore was a wild card that Harry didn't know the true allegiance of. Even if he was just a man planning for the good of the wizarding world, it didn't necessarily mean that this good was also for Harry's good. Harry is certain that Dumbledore, according to his original plan, had no idea whether Harry would survive getting hit by a killing curse the second time. Even knowing the books and movies, Harry currently wasn't certain how his original future self had survived. Was it an inherent nature of a Horcrux in a living host that it would die first? Would Nagini have died if she had been killed by a killing curse? Or was there more to it? After all, there were multiple unique circumstances for Harry at that point in time. There was the whole sacrificial protection thing his mother had left behind. The fact that Voldemort and he shared the same blood after his revival. Or that Harry had been the true master of death when Voldemort used the Elder Wand to kill him. Circumstances that were so unique and a situation that was unlikely to be replicated again. No, Harry wouldn't risk it. Dumbledore couldn't be trusted. But he still needed to tell someone that he was out training. It was fine once he was in the other world, even the old man couldn't find him. Who should he inform? Ron? Currently jealous and, thanks to his meta-knowledge, untrustworthy. Pretty much a bad friend. Looking back, even their friendship looked like a setup. Still not a question he could solve now. Hermione? She would tell a teacher or try to stop him. While she means well, she is too sure of herself. Any other student? Far too risky. Still standing in front of the kitchen, Harry had an idea. Dobby? All Harry heard was a small pop, and all the wind was knocked out of him as a squealing house elf hit him hard, hugging him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. "The great Harry Potter has called Dobby." The excited elf squealed. "Dobby has been hoping and hoping to see Harry Potter, sir." "And you called Dobby?" Dobby let go of him and took a few steps back, beaming up at Harry with his big eyes. "That's great, Dobby. Why were you hoping to see me? I wasn't even sure you could come to Hogwarts if I called you," Harry said, not giving away that he already knew what happens in the future. "Dobby has come to work at Hogwarts, sir." Dobby squealed excitedly. "Professor Dumbledore gave Dobby and Winky jobs, sir." "Makes sense." Harry nodded. "If I need your help, will you come?" "Of course, sir." "Dobby is always happy to help Harry Potter, sir." The elf replied excitedly, his eyes glittering as if a dream was coming true for him. "How does your current employment with Hogwarts work? If I shared a secret with you, would you be forced to answer if Dumbledore asks after it?" Harry asked carefully. Dobby blinked and shook his head. "No, Harry Potter, sir." While Dobby is employed at Hogwarts, he is still a free elf, not bound by a magical bond. Dobby can keep any secret he wants. Dobby will never betray Harry Potter, sir. "Thank you for your trust, Dobby. You are a true friend," Harry said with a smile. He felt a bit bad about using such a cheap trick to secure Dobby's loyalty, but his own position was just too dangerous right now. And a house elf that can freely leave Hogwarts even after this year was too great of an ally to not have. "A friend?" Dobby said, tears beginning to form in his eyes. "Yes, I consider you my friend. And I need your help, Dobby. I am going to leave Hogwarts for a few days. I need to prepare for the tournament and have a great opportunity outside of the castle." Harry quickly explained, before Dobby could start crying, "But unfortunately Dumbledore would stop me from leaving. Still, I need to inform someone that I am gone. That's where I need your help. I will leave the castle as soon as everyone is in class. I need you to hand this note to Professor Dumbledore and this one to Hermione. That's my bushy-haired friend, not the red-headed one. But only tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon. If they ask you for more information, you can just tell them that I am off training and nobody is able to find me or harm me. Can you do that, Dobby?" "Dobby will do that, sir." The elf replied dutifully while nodding his small head. "Thank you, Dobby." Harry smiled as he handed the 2 notes over. While leaving, he also sent a quick message in the group chat. "Harry Potter, admin at Jibril at Irene Belsirian, be ready to exchange some books today. I am about to go shopping." After his short meeting with Dobby, Harry's day had become extremely busy. Making sure that he was seen by quite a lot of students and portraits, Harry headed back to the Gryffindor common room. It was important to be noticed so that Dumbledore or others would be alarmed by his disappearance yet. He ignored the excitement of the Gryffindors who had the first period free and were hanging out in the common room and directly headed towards his dorm, which was luckily empty since his year didn't have the first period free. Grabbing his trunk, he stored it with all his things in his inventory, only leaving his school bag out so he wouldn't appear suspicious. Next he left the common room again, heading towards the Ollery, where he would be instantly greeted by Hedwig, who came fluttering down and landed on his shoulder. "Hey girl, how are you?" Harry asked as he patted the white feathers of his beautiful owl, who hooted happily. "Want to go on a trip?" With Hedwig still on his shoulder, he headed out of the Ollery. Once he was on the stairs, out of sight from any portraits and the owls, since he didn't know whether legilimency could be used on them, he began to prepare to open a portal. There was only one small problem: he had no idea whether the other side was clear. This time he tried to focus on a small portal at the height of his eyes, which he could look through. In a size just inconspicuous enough so nobody would notice it. Harry even managed to move that small portal around to get a detailed look. Although it was far more exhausting than using the portal normally, which was already taking a toll on his stamina yesterday. Once he confirmed that the entrance to Diagon Alley behind the leaky cauldron was empty, he expanded the portal and stepped through it. From there he got extremely busy. His first stop was Gringotts, which was quite informative. While he technically was an adult, it turned out the fanfictions were wrong. His vault was the actual Potter vault and not a trust vault. Trust vault exists, but they were mostly used by richer noble families, which the Potters were not. While they were quite well off, if he wanted to, he would never have to work, although he couldn't spend his money extravagantly. It was enough for a normal life. Else there were some documents in the vault for some empty properties, nothing more. The only property that had anything of value on it was Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow that had been pretty much taken by the Ministry far under value and turned into a monument. Which was only possible because no Potter of age was alive who could disagree. The Potters were old and pure-blooded until Harry, but they were not the most ancient or most noble family or whatever the fanfics had come up with. Most of his gold was left behind by Fleamont Potter, his grandfather, who had owned a successful potion business and generated quite a bit of wealth. He wasn't the only one who had contributed. Each generation of Potter had added some savings into their collective wealth, including his parents. Harry had checked the account statements. The empty properties had once been populated by different Potters, but over time they turned into disuse. Another mystery he had cleared out was the one of an inheritance test. Turns out he wasn't the secret descendant of Merlin and heir to the throne of England who was about to become filthy rich because he asked the goblins for a test. At least the goblins couldn't tell him if he was, since all the inheritance test does is tell the person taking it his closest relative holding a vault in the family. Even if he were a descendant of Merlin or King Arthur, Gringotts wouldn't be able to tell him, because all his test would say was his relation to the Potter family. Gringotts is simply a bank holding currency, items, and documents for their customers in their vaults. At most they transfer the wealth from one customer to another if he is the inheritor. If no inheritor exists and nobody claims it after a certain period, the wealth falls partly to the ministry and the bank, according to ancient agreements. Well, at least he managed to accomplish the things he mainly wanted to do in Gringotts. He exchanged a part of the gold ingots he received from Jabril into wizarding currency, adding a part of it to the Potter vault, contributing quite a bit of gold to it now, while most of it he kept on him for his shopping. In Diagon Alley he worked off a list of things he had come up with to prepare for his journey, beginning with food and other supplies. Then he bought out multiple sets of books at Flourish and blots that he needed for his own studies and the exchange with Jabril and Irene. Potion ingredients and the necessary tools, in case he would be experimenting with potions. Although he wanted to focus more on mastering his wand magic. One important aspect he had remembered was potions. Quite an underestimated aspect of the wizarding world, while so versatile. He stocked up on different sorts of healing potions, antidotes, and pepper-up potions to last for quite a while. But what had truly interested him were the potions with more specific effects, like the stamina or the strength potion granting a temporary boost for his physique. Wit-sharpening potions would help him study and learn new things. Turns out there were similar potions assisting in physical training, enhancing the effect of physical workouts multiple times. Veritaserum, Polyjuice, and other similar potions were unfortunately highly regulated and couldn't be just bought in a regular potion store. They could have always come in handy, but this quick he just couldn't acquire them. Harry also bought new clothes and a wizarding tent to always have a spot to sleep with him. It was fully furnished with 3 sleeping rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, a laboratory, and a living area. From Diagon Alley he headed into the non-magical world, where he visited a pawn shop, exchanging some of the jewelry he had found in the room of hidden things for a few £1,000s. He used part of the money to buy some more normal clothes for himself and some more books that looked interesting. Mostly survival, workout books, and topics that looked like they would come in handy. The rest of the money he sent with Hedwig to Sirius, informing him about the tournament and that he would be gone for a while to prepare for it. All that money would come to Harry for a fugitive mostly hunted by magicals. Sirius should also look after Hedwig for a while. At least until the wand-weighing ceremony. Lastly, he exchanged the additional books in his possession with Jabril and Irene for the basics in the different branches of magic in their world and whatever they deemed useful to him. Now in a back alley of London, Harry muttered, "It's time. Initiate random world jump." This time he felt dimension lost and his magic acting on their own. Like before, they formed a purple portal. Only this time he couldn't see what was on the other side, it was completely purple. Not being the first time he had walked blindly into the unknown, Harry just stepped through the portal. It wasn't like he had another choice if he wanted to visit a different world. It was far rougher than his normal portals, and it took longer. It felt like minutes where he fell trough a purple flashing tunnel. After a while he could see another portal on the other end of the tunnel, which he fell through. Harry landed roughly onto a patch of grass. As soon as he could make it back onto his feet, he noticed that he was in the middle of a clearing in a forest. The first thing falling into his eye was a massive tower he could see beyond the forest on the horizon. It was very high. That's the only reason why he could see it in the middle of a forest. And he recognized it. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 8. Well, the description of the random jump skill is very on point. I needed a place where I could get stronger, and this one is perfect. Harry exclaimed dryly as he watched the tower in the distance. In fact, there were not many places Harry could think of that were better to train at his current level. Although it wasn't a place to train magic in, it was perfect for everything else from his body to battle intelligence and combat experience. The tower in the distance was the tallest building Harry had ever seen. While he admittedly hadn't encountered many skyscrapers in his life, he had once seen the Burj Khalifa during a holiday in his past life, but this one was even taller. It's the Heavens Arena, a temple of battle in this world. He had landed in the Hunter x Hunter universe. Although he wasn't certain yet in which part of the timeline or if this was a parallel timeline different from the story he knew. Well, now that he thought of it, the story itself didn't matter much to him. Heaven's arena itself was the best place to become stronger and even to learn Nen, the power system of this world. Sure, if he went with Gon and Killua, he would gain access to good teachers like Wing and even better, Biscuit Kruger. But he already knew their training plan and the theory of Nen, even the advanced forms. All he needed to learn was the actual Nen and how to do it. From there he could master each ability himself. His actual problem right now was on how to climb the Heaven's Arena to the 200th floor. Sure, wizards were naturally a bit stronger than regular humans, but most of them never worked out. Wizards and witches are lazy as fuck, solving everything with magic. That's the very reason why they are so technologically behind humans. As much as magic was an advantage, it also shackled them to mediocrity. Even the Muggleborns quickly lost their drive to actually abuse their magic to its fullest potential. Thanks to his meta-knowledge, Harry could clearly see it. Wizard kind could solve every one of their problems with a wave of their wand and lacked the drive to improve. Harry wouldn't make the same mistake. He couldn't afford it, he needed to abuse everything in his position. If his only problem was just Voldemort, he wouldn't be scared. Tom Riddle was weak and predictable. But his world was far bigger, it had gods, angels, devils, and more. The average devil could wipe out Voldemort. And Harry had no interest in fleeing or hiding somewhere. Sure, he could migrate into another world, but why would he? He had the opportunity to enjoy life, become a powerful being, be rich, have the girl, or more. Why wouldn't he? Hadn't he already suffered enough under the Dursleys? Why should he follow Dumbledore's plan and become a sacrificial sheep? No, he would become stronger and have everything he wanted. With magic and his Longinus, he already had a good start. But only a start, after all, a Longinus only had the potential to kill a god. He needed to train first. Even for the Heaven's Arena, Harry was far too weak at the moment. Sure, with magic he could reach the 200th floor, but the problem was that up to floor 199 it was strictly hand-to-hand combat, without the use of weapons. So no wand. He could cheat his way up and pop in a strength potion before every fight, but would he do that for every fight from now on? After all, physical strength was a big part in any universe. And wasn't his point in coming here to train? H0W much time do I have before the wand weighing ceremony? What is the ratio? Harry asked the intelligence behind his sacred gear. You have about 6 months before you need to return. I will notify you once the time comes. The ratio between the two worlds is about 1 day in your world is half a month here. But there isn't a precise measurement. Each universe is constantly moving, based on the distance between worlds, the time difference adapts. Well, 6 months to prepare to fight a dragon. Should be doable. Since there was a cooldown between world jumps, he knew he couldn't return directly after the wand weighing ceremony, or he would have close to 1 year of preparation time. First he would have to take a look at the city and find out what the date was. Maybe a store where he could sell some of the gold bars, the jewelry, and the gems he had left too. Although the latter wasn't a priority since he had enough food, water, and a magical tent to live in to last over 2 years. He already tested the inventory of his dimension lost with a stopwatch he got earlier in London, and stuff that was in it was frozen in time. While he had no need to follow the story, it would still be good to know which date it was, since he still wanted to know when the hunter exam was. After all, being a hunter opened the possibilities for quite a few jobs, which would grant him actual experience and resources. He already had an idea in which direction he wanted to develop Dimension Lost 2. It was a sacred gear excelling in support and defense, but his idea would cover the offense. Still, it will take quite a bit of resources. The moment Harry knew he was in Hunter x Hunter, he came up with a rough roadmap. With the first step being an intense 1-month training session with the use of potions. He had purchased a year's supply of 3 particularly useful training potions, starting with digestion potions. As the name suggested, these potions enhanced digestion, allowing his body to fully process 100% of his food, even the parts it would normally discard. Through magic, every bit of his meals was transformed into nourishment for his muscles and other essential body parts. The second potion was the stamina potion, which allowed him to recover his energy quickly and train for longer periods without tiring. Finally, there was the Forgefire Draft, a powerful potion that amplified the effects of physical exercise by anywhere from double to several hundredfold. The magnitude of its effect depended on the user's physical condition. The closer someone was to peak human performance, the less benefit they would experience. For Harry, who was far from his peak, the potion was expected to multiply his training efforts by 10 to 30 times. For someone completely untrained, the effect could exceed 100-fold. So a month of training with these 3 potions would equal several years of training. Harry wouldn't just work out physically, of course, he would also practice magic. He had no time to waste. First he would focus on combat-oriented magic, occlumency, and any kind of spell that looked useful. He hadn't just traded books with Irene but also a few magic items. One that was particularly useful for studying, saving a ton of time, was Gale Force reading glasses. And Irene hadn't been cheap, she had brought him one with 64x times reading speed. The highest quality one could buy without being able to infuse wind magic into them. Well, it was in her interest that he got stronger fast. Combined with the wit sharpening potion, learning would also be very effective. After his body was strong enough to compete in the Heavens Arena with 1 month of intense training, he would begin his ascent or participate in the Hunter exam, depending on which time of the year it was. He didn't want to miss the exam, or getting good jobs after learning Nen would be harder. On the 200th floor he was planning to learn Nen, and after that, if he still had time, he would begin some combat-related jobs. While he would always train and study. After about 15 minutes walking towards the Heavens Arena, he could see over the treetops. He had found a street leading towards a town he could see in the distance. He had already changed into regular clothes, not wearing his robes, so he wasn't looking out of place. This city was bustling with life. After all, the Heavens Arena was a famous tourist attraction in this world. It didn't take him long to find a small store that was selling newspapers. Newspapers usually held the current date at its top. As soon as Harry saw the front page, he froze. He couldn't read it. It was total gibberish. Gulping, Harry looked at the man selling the newspapers. "Excuse me. Could you tell me what the date is? I am unfortunately unfamiliar with these letters," he asked nervously. All he got as a reply was an unfamiliar language. "Fuck. I forgot to think about a method to bridge the language gap." Midline horizontal ellipsis. 1 month later. Who's the kid? Does he have a death wish? A lot of murmurs roamed through the Colosseum-like arena as the spectators watched Harry entering the ring with a particularly fierce-looking guy. But Harry wasn't paying attention to the spectators. As the boy who lived, he had long since become used to rumors and gazes of others, so it didn't really bother him anymore. Rather, he was reminiscing on the training he underwent over the last month. His mornings had been filled with physical workouts, but after figuring out that besides the feather-light charm, a stone-heavy charm also existed, it had more become a part of his whole day. Taking the idea from the Zoldycks, he had charmed all his daily appliances in his tent, including his clothes, heavier, always increasing the weight further once he had gotten used to it. Such training had saved him a ton of time. It allowed him to dedicate more time to his study of magic. And he studied a lot. One of the first things he needed to solve was that language barrier. With any non-magical method he didn't even know how to start. So he adjusted his training plan, and instead of learning just occlumency, he focused completely on mind magic, adding legilimency to the things he wanted to learn. It had taken him 2 weeks, with daily trips to the city under his invisibility cloak, diving into the minds of random people to actually learn the language. But at the same time he had become quite proficient in the mind arts. Learning to defend his mind had become far easier after understanding how to attack it. He wouldn't say he was a master, but an advanced user was a label he fit under. Of course the mind arts were not all he studied. He had practiced quite a lot of combat-oriented magic, reading at least 4 books a day under the effects of the witch sharpening potion, with occlumency and the gale force reading glasses. Sure, he could do more with 64 times the reading speed. After all, a normal person could read 1 book a day with decent speed, but he also needed to actually practice and learn the magic. He didn't just focus on spell books, he also studied a lot of theoretical books. There were only so many spells he actually could practice a day. And after opening the books he had gotten from Jabril and Irene, he had become engrossed in their magic systems. Still, for now, he had decided to focus on the wizarding system. It wasn't good to branch out too much with lacking experience. But learning how the different races in No Game No Life used magic or the different concepts behind the magic in fairy tale had been inspiring. Once he had a solid foundation, he would definitely experiment. Harry got woken from his musings as the referee declared, "On the first floor, we're here to evaluate your level. You got 3 minutes to show us what you are capable of. Begin." I am going to enjoy this," grinned the guy in front of Harry as he rushed without hesitation towards the boy. Originally Harry didn't plan to hurt his opponent too much, but since the guy had no problem with hurting someone who looked like a kid or teenager, was even happy about it, Harry's face turned cold. The guy was slow. Without any effort, Harry moved to the side, dodging the incoming fist, and gave the dude a full-strength punch into his ribs. "Ugh!" cried out the asshole as he got all the wind knocked out of him, flying out of the ring right into arena wall. From there he landed harshly on the floor, to the astonishment of the spectators. Used to this kind of thing, the referee only looked at Harry for a moment, typing something into his handheld printer, before announcing, "Congratulations, you can head to the 50th floor." He handed Harry a ticket. Harry meanwhile was distracted and watched his hand. Is this the power of an anime world? End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 9. Like Gon and Killua, it only took Harry about a week to reach the 200th floor. He didn't meet them or Wing and Zushi. Well, he wouldn't meet Gon and Killua, since it's still a few months before the start of the Hunter exam, both still being on Whale Island and Kokoro Mountain, respectively. Harry had arrived here in early September 1998. The Hunter exam, where the story starts, is in January. Seems like his random jump had also chosen a pretty good time. While Killua and Gon are not around, Wing and Zushi may be around. Tough Harry had no idea whether he as a non-hunter could convince Wing to awaken his nen. But he still kept his eyes out for them. From the 100th floor on, Harry moved permanently into the Heavens Arena since after reaching that floor, he gained the right to a private room. No longer needing to live in his magical tent, while quite comfortable, it was still a tent after all. Of course the tower offered more than just paid fights and rooms for the fighters. Completely in style, it also contained extensive training facilities for the fighters, ranging from fully equipped gyms and swimming pools to private training rooms on the higher floors. Outside of fights, Harry kept his weighted clothes on, always training and improving himself. Harry stepped out of the elevator on the 200th floor. The whole floor was far fancier than the lower ones. Out of the elevator was a sign pointing towards the 200th floor registration desk. A woman walked around the corner and addressed him, "Harry Potter, right? The reception is right here. Please register today if you wish to participate in the matches on the 200th floor." "Oh, thank you. Why the greeting? I can read the sign," he asked rather bluntly, since he remembered something like this happening to Gon and Killua too. She seemed to get his confusion. "Ah, the 200th floor is quite different from the lower ones. You are required to participate in a fight every 3 months starting tomorrow. For that you will need to register today. There have been candidates who pushed that to a later date and lost their qualification. They had to start from the bottom again." Somehow that makes quite a bit of sense. Not sure what the point of all the time pressure is, but rules are rules. Harry stated as he followed the woman towards the reception. She headed behind the counter and continued, "First of all, welcome to the 200th floor. Like I already mentioned, the 200th floor is different from the others. Please fill out this registration form." "Okay, here you go." Harry nodded as he once again filled in his fake credentials. Luckily, he didn't need to show any ID again. The last time he confounded the woman at the reception on the bottom floor. The additional form this time was a waiver in case of his death or permanent injury. Considering the floor and what the traditional greeting was, it came as no surprise. "Now that we have the boring stuff finished, would you like to register for a match?" she asked with a wide grin, "Like I already said. You have 3 months of preparation time, or, to be exact, 90 days. In that time you have to participate in a battle. You can do it any time up to the last minute. If you want, you can even fight every day. All weapons are allowed. Once that battle is complete, the time limit starts again. Should you fail to participate in a battle, you lose your qualification for the 200th floor. So there are multiple battles on this floor?" Harry already knew that but forgot the details. The first time he had read the arc in his past life was over 20 years ago. Exactly, losing 4 battles disqualifies you too. You have to win 10 battles to earn the right to challenge a floor master. Battles on the 200th floor no longer earn any money, only fame and glory. Of course you are free to participate in the betting before the match. What can I win if no cash? Harry asked. If you beat a floor master, you become the new floor master, earning his floor as your private residence between floor 230 and 250. And most importantly, you earn the right to participate in the Battle Olympia, our own tournament happening every 2 years with exclusive prizes ranging from money to rare items. As champion of the Battle Olympia, you get to live in your own penthouse on the top floor, she announced excitedly, expecting Harry to be impressed. Oh, okay. Harry nodded. Becoming a floor master and the Battle Olympia didn't interest him too much. He was here to improve his skills in magic to survive the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort, learn then to get an advantage, and, of course, to gain combat experience. 2 of the 3 things he could do very well on the 200th floor, learning and training magic, he could do everywhere. Coo, coo, coo. Harry turned around as he heard chuckling behind him. Oh, these guys are already around. Makes sense, considering they already had around 5 matches in the story midline horizontal ellipsis, and with how they always carefully pick weak opponents, it's no wonder they are already around. He mused as he stared unimpressed at the 3 figures. They were 3 candidates who had enjoyed the traditional greeting to the 200th floor for non-nin users and survived it. Even though pretty much crippled. A direct nin attack. First there is Jido, a guy in a red robe who had lost the bottom half of his body during his initiation, now only using a metal peg leg, supporting himself with a wooden cane. Then there is Realvelt, apparently having lost the ability to use his legs, now relying on a wheelchair. He has spiky purple hair and some kind of yellow headgear, looking pretty stupid with how he wears it almost covering his eyes. And lastly there is Sideso. If it wasn't so obvious that he had lost an arm during his initiation, Harry would have said they fucked up his face. The creep has a face that looks like a mask with his thin lips, slanted eyes, and almost white skin. How can I help you? Harry asked, already knowing what this was about. Oh, we are here to register for a match. Sideso replied, laughing like a creep. Cool, I will be fighting anytime. Harry said as he had filled out his form, showing them the cross at that box. Apparently they were quite happy about that. Well, since he couldn't find Wing anywhere, he had to go with Plan B. One day later Sideso POV the massive arena buzzed with booming noise and restless chatter, the audience's anticipation rising to electrify the air in preparation for the fight. All cards for the Heavens Arena had been sold out today. It's not every day such a young fighter participates on the 200th floor, making Sideso chuckle in excitement. After all, he had placed a sizable bet on his win. He would be a fool not to use such an easy win, that kid doesn't even know Nen. Sideso couldn't wait for the fight to start, a sadistic feeling spreading in him. Finally it was time for once to greet a newbie to the 200th floor with the traditional greeting. So what if it was a kid? The boy was strong enough to get to the 200th floor and accepted the consequences. The boy was even cocky enough to place a bet on his own win. For Sideso himself, this situation was even better, the possibility of ruining such a young life felt so good. No, he didn't want to kill the boy, he simply wanted him to have the same experience as himself. The phantom feeling of his missing arm was so present today. His Nin ability will be easy to use today. As the voice of the announcer rang through the arena, Sideso began to grin. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our battle today. We got an exciting match for all of you. It's a gift he gets, after all, awakening then will separate him from the common people. Losing a limb or two is just the price. There is our newcomer today, Harry Potter. An exceptional talent who climbed the tower in record time. This is his debut battle on the 200th floor. Will he keep his easy win streak? A genius? Breaking him sounds even better. His opponent is Sideso. Losing his arm in his first battle didn't stop him from returning and winning his last 2 matches. Will he add another victory to his 2 wins and 1 loss counter? Yes, I will today. I am getting closer to my goal of becoming a floor master. With that kind of fame and money, I will be set for life. What are you giggling? The boy in front of him asked, clearly unaware of the danger he is actually in right now. Nothing, I am just excited for our match. Sideso casually concentrated his nen at the hanging sleeves of his robe, where once his left hand had been, transmuting it into an arm made out of his aura. Harry Potter didn't react at all to it. He couldn't see it, since his aura nodes weren't awoken. Is that you, weapon? Sideso laughed as he stared at his opponent, especially his right hand. What are you going to do? Beat me up with your stick. A stick, that is Harry Potter's weapon. He had pulled out a 10 to 11 inch long piece made out of a light brown colored, polished wood. It even had a handle to hold it. Sideso had never seen such a weapon. It was far too thin to conceal any kind of shooting mechanism, the only thing he would be concerned about. After all, guns could still hurt him through his nen defense. He was no real expert, but more on the lower levels of talent. So weapons were still a real threat to him. But not a stick. Yep, isn't it neat? I spent a lot of time polishing and taking care of it. Don't want to have Mr. Ollivander say anything bad about it. Harry replied unbothered, still not having realized the danger at all. Sideso just stared at him, a bit confused by that remark. Okay. The referee didn't wait much longer as both participants were ready. Begin. Somehow Sideso instinctively felt he shouldn't play around and end this quickly. He didn't get why, but suddenly he felt again as if he was in his first match on the 200th floor. An unknown feeling of danger came over him. His aura arm shooting towards Harry, wanting to end this directly. Giving him his initiation. But he only stared at the pointy end of the stick as the boy said a word, Imperio. Sideso stopped as the most wonderful feeling overcame him. A floating sensation sweeping through his mind, as all the thoughts and worries in his mind were gone, leaving a strong feeling of ecstasy and happiness in its place. He wasn't even sure where he was anymore, just that everything felt right. Just standing here and being relaxed. And then there was a sweet voice saying, "Give up the fight." Sideso felt immensely pleased with himself as he felt his mouth move, his hands already in the air and his voice coming out of his throat, "I surrender the match." A voice in the background said something about someone surrendering and losing some kind of match. But it didn't matter to Sideso. The voice was rewarding him, telling him again what to do, and of course it was right, leave the arena and meet me at the entrance. Sadison nodded as he, without a care in the world, strolled out of the arena. Everything felt just wonderful. He just had to listen, and he would be rewarded. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. As a welcome gift, enjoy 20% off on the first month or year until January 20th with the code F1RST. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 10 Harry Potter POV. After Harry collected his winnings from the betting office, he headed back towards his room. Not many people had bet on him, probably most of them familiar with the traditional initiation on the 200th floor. Well, he couldn't complain. It was a good quote for a very successful bet. He effectively quadrupled his previous earnings, bringing his total funds over 1 billion jenny. Basically around 10 million USD, or about 8 million British pounds. Quite the decent amount of wealth. He could retire here and with a few good investments relax for the rest of his life. It's not his aspiration at all. Sure, a nice fallback plan, but this world wasn't that simple. No idea if it was a common occurrence, but there are multiple instances of existential threat to all of mankind mentioned or appearing in the story. The money would still come in handy. Who doesn't like being rich? Still, retiring with a lot of money was of zero interest to him. He knew how big existence truly is. And he wanted to be more than a background character or non-existent in the bigger picture. Arriving at his door, he entered his lavishly decorated room. For the fighters of the 200th floor, the Heavens Arena really spent quite a bit of money. This time his room wasn't empty, someone was already in there. And Harry would go to Azkaban if in this world was a ministry of magic. After all, he had now used the unforgivables quite a bit. Tough he only had practiced one of them on sentient humans. The Imperious Curse. But he still practiced the rest of them on targets and even animals. Harry completely shitted on the notion of something being dark magic. There was no dark or light magic, just the intent behind it. Sure, some magics were dangerous, even harmful to the user, but you could also torture someone with the levitation charm or tickling charm. Good, you 3 are here. Harry said as he closed the door behind him. I hope you were discreet. Yes, my lord. We made sure to get here one by one. Jido replied humbly, completely under Harry's control. Harry could feel how firm the curse had taken hold of these 3. It would easily last 1 or 2 years without any further application. With Sedeso's help, it had been easy to put the other 2 also under the Imperious Curse. These 3 are weak-minded, perfect sheep to control with such a curse. He had no confidence that it would work on someone like Hisoka. At most, it would buy him a few seconds. After all, the Imperious Curse could be thrown off by a strong-willed individual. But these 3 were already broken. No willpower or confidence at all with how they just target weak opponents in the Heavens Arena. Sure, at some point the efficiency of the Imperious Curse would lessen as they begin to build up a natural resistance like Barty Crouch Jr. did. By that time, Harry had long left the Heavens Arena. Sedeso and Realvelt stay in the other room. Jido will get one of you once I am done with him. Harry ordered. As the 2 wimps began to move into the other room, it was really convenient that the rooms on the 200th floor were fully furnished apartments. Harry cast a Muffliato charm, ensuring they wouldn't be able to hear what was going on. He unfortunately had not much practice with the spell he wanted to use. He only practiced it on a few thieves that tried to rob him, and he didn't want to weaken his Imperius over the others if Jido was in pain. What do you need of me, my lord? Jido asked, completely obedient. I want to know everything you know about Nen. Harry ordered. Jido instantly started to explain. Nen, also often referred to as aura, is a supernatural application of one's own life force, manifesting in the form of different abilities. Stop, no need to speak, I will see for myself. Harry interrupted him as he pointed his wand at Jido, legilimens. Legilimency is quite the complex art. Harry had noticed in his previous attempts that it was far easier to get to the knowledge he needed by bringing it to the outer layers of the mind by simply mentioning it. He was not even an adept in the art, based on Jido's reaction as he groaned in pain while Harry ripped through one memory after another as the man in front of him explored his newfound ability after surviving the loss of his legs. Harry knew that true masters of legilimency could do it wandlessly and non-verbally without being noticed by someone not practiced in occlumency. On the other hand, he was still far from such a level. But he would be getting better at it. These three would help quite a lot with it. After a few more views of Jido's memories about Nen and his understanding of it, he said, Jido, you may join the others and send Realvelt in. Yes, my lord, said the shaking man as he moved on his metal prosthesis out of the door. Did Harry feel bad about what he was doing to them? Not at all. All three of them attempted to have a fight with him, trying to cripple him by giving him his initiation. Even after his first match, if he had survived, the other two would have tried to force him into a fight. Why should Harry feel sorry for them? With his meta-knowledge, he was aware of how the world truly was. Without the necessary strength or backing, you would be trampled over. The old Harry Potter was too weak, too soft. He would have let himself be manipulated into being killed. And he wasn't convinced that how the books and movies played out, it was actually Dumbledore's plan. If the ring in the Gaunt Shack with the Withering Curse wasn't the resurrection stone from the Deathly Hallows, the man wouldn't have died. What could have stopped him from stepping after Voldemort killed Harry and finishing the job to become the great hero again? No, Harry wouldn't stay the same. These memories, that knowledge, changed him. For the better, he believed. Ah, Realvelt. Thank you for coming, please close the door. Harry said, as he had his wand already ready, legilimens. Harry sighed. These three were an utter disappointment. No wonder they were so weak that two kids not even having mastered the 4 basic principles of Nen could defeat them. Sure, these kids had extraordinary backgrounds and plot armor, but all they could do at that point was protect themselves with 10 and hit harder with Ren, 2 of the basic principles. Well, the 3 fodder characters barely had mastered the 4 major principles. They could use 10 to enshroud themselves in their aura, Zetsu to suppress it, and Ren to refine it. But that was pretty much the majority of their experience and knowledge. All of that they had learned by hearsay from other fighters on the 200th floor after their initiation. On Hatsu they were barely aware of the basics. Pretty much they knew what each aura type was supposed to do, and based on that they had developed their Nen abilities. If Harry modeled it after Biscuit Kruger's Nen training, a double-star hunter and future mentor to Gon and Killua, with her systematic approach to training Nen, particularly by structuring it into 10 levels for each Nen type, they would barely manage to reach the 2nd level in their own Nen type. Besides Sedeso, the other two don't even know any advanced applications of Nen. Sedeso was the only one who had figured out how to make his aura arm invisible within. Harry was already familiar with most of the theory behind Nen, including the advanced applications like Gyo, In, Shu, Ko, En, Ryo, and Ken, even the more esoteric applications, and he even had his own ideas and theories to supplement the gaps. He was confident enough to learn and apply them by himself once his Nen was awakened. Unfortunately, neither of the three knew how to awake Nen manually. It wasn't unexpected but still disappointing. Harry at least wanted to know what the regular method of awakening Nen was, since it never appeared in the story. The only thing he had about it was that it involved some form of meditation. Since he wasn't sure whether there were benefits to that method, he had hoped to at least learn it before he awakened his Nen. But this wasn't an option for him, so he could only go with the option of forcefully awakening his Nen without crippling himself. Sideso, you are the most experienced Nen user among you three. I want you to awaken my aura without hurting me. Channel a light burst of your aura into me without hurting me. Harry ordered, carefully feeling for the hold on Sideso's mind through the Imperious curse. Yes, my lord. Sideso nodded as Harry stood in the room, taking a relaxed position. As the palm of Sideso's hand came close to his back, Harry could feel a strange water-like force touching him. Here it comes. Sideso's voice said, as a short painful burst went through his body. And everything around him changed. Suddenly he was able to see the aura around him seeping out of his body like hot steam, thanks to the aura nodes in his body being opened, even the ones in his eyes. And resolving one fear he had for a while now. His body was compatible with the powers in other universes. Tough, he wasn't sure whether it was for all of them. Already knowing what he had to do next, he imagined his aura contained around him, making the powerful stream of aura leaving his body slow down. Magnificent, my lord. You managed to form your 10 shroud directly without any additional instructions. In his astonishment, Sideso's own thoughts slipped through the Imperious spell for a moment. Considering it takes most people at least days to get that far, Harry understood how he is feeling. But this had been quite easy for him. After all, controlling one's aura depended a lot on a person's imagination, just like his magic. Most spells require a clear image to be cast successfully. Harry had already guessed that he would have no problem with this step. Or maybe he was also a talent no less than Gon and Killua, who also were able to get this far instantly. Let's see if I can use Zetsu. Harry muttered as he began to get a feeling for the changes inside his body. When he used magic, his mind guided the magical energy inside his magical core, for the lack of a better term, through his wand. The wand acts as a focusing point for his spells, making the whole process easier. Harry had already experimented with casting magic without a wand, but he had a hard time focusing enough magical energy in a short time to perform a spell. He barely managed it with a weak Lumos. His aura felt quite different. It didn't come from a singular spot, like his magical core. Every fiber, every cell in his body was letting out a bit of energy. It was as if he was completely open. As long as that energy wasn't too far away, he could control it. That's how he keeps it around himself to form his 10 shroud. These openings that let his aura out were the aura nodes in his body. Now that his Nen was awakened, he could clearly feel them. According to the theory, all he had to do for Zetsu was to close these aura nodes. First Harry imagined the closing of the gates around his hand, and he could see his aura vanish around them. A grin formed on his face. This is easy. Next he quickly imagined the opening again, and instantly the aura began seeping out of his hands again while he kept the image of the aura flowing around himself. Now he tried it with his whole body, and his presence vanished. Now he felt the world around him more clearly. So that's why Gon used Zetsu to dodge Jido's battle tops. While his Nen shrouded himself, it was as if he felt the world normally. From what he knew, Every human leaks a small amount of aura naturally. But Zetsu was different, it kept his aura inside his body. If a nin user watched him directly, he would instantly notice that something was wrong since there was no aura at all. The aura is acting like a small screen of water around everyone, lessening the effectiveness of a human's senses. Without aura covering the body, a person could access the full power of their 5 senses. Right now Harry could clearly feel the fear forming in Sideso. His perception of the connection he created with the Imperious Curse had also become stronger. As if that connection was a 6th sense. You and the 2 others may leave, Sideso. I will contact you once I need something from you. Harry ordered as his aura reformed around him. There was no need to test whether he could scare someone out of an Imperious Curse, yet. Yes, my lord. Sideso said, his voice once again monotone as he hurried out of the room. As soon as they were gone, Harry returned to work on his Ten and Zetsu. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1trusage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 11. For the rest of the first day after awakening his nen, Harry kept practicing Zetsu and Ten to get a solid grasp over these basic nen applications. Finishing the day with a meditation session. Nen was very much related to the mind. And meditation sharpens the mind. After that Harry spent 2 days learning Ren. By focusing, one could explosively output a larger amount of aura. Quite similar to casting a spell, while magic was always present in one's body, only through focus and will could one use it to cast a spell. Different from a spell, Ren was released from the whole body. Ten is considered a purely defensive application, while Ren boosts the offense too while enhancing the defense at the same time. Using Ren is far more exhausting than Ten. Ren relies a lot on the stamina and physical training of the user. Training in Ren is actually a very effective but exhausting form of workout that would train the whole body. Ren training is in principle nothing more than maintaining the state as long as possible. Right now Harry could only hold it for 31 minutes, which was a decent start. But a true master could maintain Ren for hours if not days. According to the knowledge he had from the manga, it takes a normal person training in Ren 1 month to prolong that duration by 10 minutes. 1 month with breaks and everything. But Harry was different, like Gon and Killua, who could get their stamina restored through their cheat in the form of their teacher, Biscuit Kruger, and her nin ability that coincidentally did exactly that. Harry had stamina potions. Although they weren't as effective. And potion overdose was a real thing too, he could at most take 1 stamina potion a day. He had no healers at hand that could help him with that problem if the worst happened. So he kept strictly to the recommended dosage in his training. He had considered whether he should add Ren training to his daily regime, but in the end decided against it. There were more than enough aspects of Nen he could focus on first that would let him progress more efficiently. Ren training was something advanced users did to enhance their general strength. Instead he decided to head over to Gyo. The ability to concentrate a larger portion of his aura into a body part to enhance it. The most commonly used part was the eyes, to improve the vision of the user, including being able to counter, in which is often used to conceal nin abilities. Being a counter to in was just one aspect of Gyo in the eyes. As Harry used Gyo, he was able to clearly see even the smallest hair on his arm. His whole perception improved vastly. Is that how awakening the Sharingan feels? Harry wondered as he quickly took in all the details in the room. I wonder how Gyo would actually interact with any kind of eye power. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Learning how to use Gyo in the eyes wasn't where Harry stopped. He decided to experiment a bit and use it on other body parts. It didn't happen as easily, but he still figured it out quite quickly. With his nose he was able to take in far more smells over a greater distance. Although it would take a lot of practice to actually be able to distinguish smells and track them like a dog would. Gyo on his ears allowed him to hear farther and even more detailed. On his mouth and throat, he is actually able to raise his voice further. Still, it just made him louder, not a real combat application beyond a sudden distraction. In his limbs he could enhance the damage any attack causes and even raise the defense of that particular limb. But Gyo had one major downside: it made the rest of his body more vulnerable, as there was only a low amount of aura protecting it. That was the moment when he realized something crucial. He was learning very fast. For days to learn Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Gyo. All that was left was Hatsu, and he had the 4 major principles down. Gon and Killua took 4 months with a 2-month break in between because Wing was punishing Gon to learn the 4 major principles. These 2 were talents found only amongst 1 in 10 million people. His own speed was on a completely different level. It reminded him of one other person, Seri Nichui Goro, someone who shapes up to be the major antagonist in the latest arc of the manga. At least as far as Harry had been able to read, since the release rate of Hunter x Hunter was so slow, thanks to the author's health. Other people who are theorized to be on a similar level of talent are major figures in the story who hadn't shown much yet, like Jing Freaks and Beyond Netero, or Isaac Netero himself, who in his youth was the strongest human nin user. Above that talent, Harry could only guess, was the Ant King Meruem, the copy of Cell from Dragon Ball. A perfect being who wiped or would wipe the floor with Isaac Netero while being only 40 days old. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be anything fishy about it. First, there is the genetic aspect of nin talent, based on what is known about Killua and Gon, who have excellent nin masters as parents. His own parents, while not nin users per se, were still considered exceptionally talented wizards. It shouldn't be that different from genetic nin talent. And then there are the factors that Gon and Killua didn't have, like his already theoretical vast understanding of nin. Or the ability to directly read the memories of nin users. Of course there is his magic too. It could also have an effect on his talent. And of course his sacred gear, Dimension Lost. Simply possessing a sacred gear already has an effect on the body, enhancing its potential. Look at Issei Hayato. Looking at his strength after just becoming a devil, he had probably the lowest strength amongst reincarnated devils. This should be a clear indicator of his natural talent. But with a Longinus sacred gear, well, being a pervert in an erotic-focused universe, he reached the level of a top powerhouse in his own universe. And then there is the fact that a lot about nin relied on the mind. Knowing that every fictional universe was real expanded his own view and mindset massively. Knowing about the levels Goku, or Gilgamesh from Fate, or an absolute monster like Rimuru Tempest reaches, with his own desire to reach the same heights, then his speed should be no surprise. All that is left to have the basics down is Hatsu training, aka water divination. Harry muttered as he pulled a wine glass out of his kitchen and filled it with water and put a leaf on it. Not bothering to put a bowl below it, since at his current level it shouldn't make a mess if he were an enhancer. Water divination is the common method to determine the aura type of the user. There are 6 different possibilities. Enhancers are the aura type focusing on making the user or something else stronger. Like, for example, Jido, who enhances the strength of his spinning tops with his aura. For them, the amount of water in the wine glass would increase. Transmuters are able to change the properties of their aura. An example is Sedeso, although a bad one, since it is only a minimal transmutation, but he changed the shape of his aura into an arm. During water divination, the taste of the water changes. Better examples are transmuting their aura into having the properties of gum and glue like Hisoka does, or into electricity like Killua in the future. Then there are emitters. They are best at shooting their aura like Dragon Ball characters. But it can be used like Realvelt too, who uses his aura like a rocket booster for his wheelchair. The color of the water changes during water divination. Manipulators, like the name already says, are able to manipulate things, like controlling an object to do specific things or actually taking control over people. If his magic was a Nen ability, then both the levitation charm and the imperious curse would be different applications of manipulations. They are able to move the leaf while trying the water divination. Conjurers are people able to conjure something. Usually it's an object or even a construct with a special ability. It could be a sword, even one with a special power, or an army of puppets that fight for you, or even a mecha. There are quite a wide range of different applications. Some impurities appear in the water during their water divination. The last Nen type is the specialist, probably the most unique type amongst all of the types. According to information shared in the manga, it's at least the rarest type, only one among 3,000 Nen users belonging to it. Their water divination is the most unique one. Any effect not fitting into any of the previously mentioned ones falls into the specialist type. Every specialist causes a different kind of effect. Harry knew only 3 different effects, the only ones that had appeared in the story as far as he read. For Kurapika, the color of the water changed, and the leaf began to spin. With Neferpitou, a royal guard of the Chimera ants, the leaf began to dry out and crumble. And lastly there is that monster, Talent Seridnich, who caused the water to boil and release a putrid smell. Until now these were the only ones he knew of, now he could add a 4th to that list. As Harry applied his ren to the wine glass, he thought he was a conjurer for a brief moment. Small impurities had appeared in his water, but taking a closer look, they had a distinctive look that he recognized. Even more important was the secondary effect happening. Small drops of water suddenly appeared all around his wine glass, as if they had been teleported. Isn't that the purple mist from Dimension Lost? He wondered as he observed the small impurities in the water. What could that mean? He was a specialist, that much was obvious. But was he like Kurapika and only a specialist while he possessed Dimension Lost, or did he have the sacred gear because he had a natural affinity for its ability and it reflected in his aura type? Would he belong to another category if his sacred gear was gone? And the most important question was, how should he train as a specialist? While this category had a large influence on the story, actual information about training in it was sparse. Every specialist was unique, so they required a unique method to train. Well, it seems I will spend the next days in the bathroom. I have no interest in having to clean the water from everywhere around me all the time. Harry sighed as he grabbed his wine glass and headed to his bathroom. The first step to mastering his Hatsu training and, with it, the 4 major principles, was to practice water divination until the effect became stronger and easy for him. After that he could still practice the different advanced nen applications. Until then he had enough time to come up with a way to train his specialization category. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 12. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another match of our youngest fighter on the 200th floor, Harry Potter. He already accumulated 2 victories, his second one against Rebellious just last month. At his current speed he will be floor master in less than a year. The voice of the commentator resounded through the arena. Of course, only if his winning streak doesn't get interrupted by his opponent, Jido. With 1 loss and 2 wins, he is 1 fight ahead of Harry. How will this fight turn out? I am excited, she shouted, riling up the public. Harry smiled at Jido. Give your all. I want a fair match. The man nodded in reply. This wasn't him mocking Jido, this is an actual order. While the man is still under Harry's imperious curse, Harry is using them to train and doesn't restrict them. Last month he had already fairly defeated Rebellious, without suppressing his abilities with the curse. Truth be told, Rebellious is the weakest amongst the 3, with his nen ability just a movement 1 in the form of the rocket boost. That's why he had chosen Rebellious as his first serious opponent. During these fights he also chose to not use magic but purely rely on nen. His goal was to hone his nen, although he kept studying magic too. Gyo was another cheat added to his arsenal. If used on his brain, he could actually enhance his mental capabilities, making any form of studying far easier. Jido is definitely the strongest amongst the 3, at least in the Heavens arena. His ability is perfectly fitting to use the arena setting. In an open field, his battle tops would be total shit. Once again Harry seems to be fighting bare-handed. Just how is he going to handle Jido's battle tops? Shouted the announcer in the background as the 2 contestants got ready for the match. The judge of the match declared, the winner will be determined by points or KO. No time limit. Begin. In the second the match began, Jido shot a barrage of his battle tops onto the field, not holding back at all. Just as he is ordered. Meanwhile Harry's aura began to expand, forming a field more than 5 meters around him, or circle, an advanced application of nen using a combination of ten and ren to sense everything happening inside of his aura. These tops around him had no chance of hitting him, as Harry was able to sense their pattern even behind his back. The radius of his gave him a big enough area to comfortably react to them. A master of N should be able to extend it over 50 meters and hold it longer than 1 minute. Someone able to extend it for 2 meters is considered to have the ability learned. Harry could extend it further, but it would reduce his stamina drastically. 50 meters wasn't the limit. Someone like Zeno Zoldyck, the strongest assassin alive, is able to comfortably extend it over 300 meters. Harry, on the other hand, was doing very well for how long he had trained. He had learned all the advanced applications of nen and focused a lot on the basics. Impressive, Harry is easily able to avoid Jido's battle tops, even while the amount is increasing. It doesn't look like Jido's strategy is working out. Honestly, that boy seems to treat this fight more like a dodging training session. Commented the announcer in the background. She wasn't wrong. Harry was practicing using his N in an actual combat situation. Having realized that his normal strategy wasn't working out, Jido also changed his approach. Take that. Shotgun Blues. A barrage of aura-enhanced tops directly headed towards Harry. He changed his stance, holding his hands up to block the incoming attack, as his aura retreated, concentrating around him, forming a thicker aura shroud than his regular Ten, Ken, or Fortify, an advanced application of Nen, once again combining Ten and Ren, but this time to form a strong defensive aura around his body. All the tops heading towards him got destroyed by his Ken, causing no damage at all. The attack caused no damage. Our referee isn't even giving any points for that ineffective attack. What is this? Harry is sprinting towards Jido. He, that won't work on me. Jido laughed, his true personality shining through as he began to rapidly spin on his one prosthesis, Tornado Top. We will see. Harry muttered as his aura began to shift towards his fist, Ryo, an advanced form of Nen, using Gyo while in Ken to shift between enhanced offense and defense. A normal attack wouldn't work against Jido. But one enhanced by aura was breaking right through the spinning defense of Jido as the damage from Harry's Nen attack overpowers the rotation. Being hit, Jido began to fly out of the arena, impacting the wall. Critical hit. Down! Shouted the referee as he gave Harry 3 points for his successful attack. As the dust cleared, Jido's body lay on the floor, not moving. The referee sprinted towards him, checking his condition before shouting, KO. That's it. Harry continues his impressive win streak, adding a third one. Will he truly become the youngest floor master in history? Shouted the announcer as the match ended. Most likely not. Harry thought as he strolled out of the arena, having won another fight. He had absolutely no interest in being a floor master. Training, that's what he is here for. And he is quite pleased with his current progress. To his best ability, he had practiced all the advanced applications of Nen. Although Ryo was turning into a bit of a problem. Since he was approximately following the training plan Biscuit had used for Gon and Killua on Greed Island, with a few adjustments, he was pretty much lacking a training partner. For Gyo training, he used Sudeso, who would use in while holding up a certain amount of fingers. Always when he used his aura arm, the sleeve of his clothes would move, and Harry had to notice that while training in other things, and use Gyo as fast as possible. While the other applications could be trained quite well alone, Ryo was most effectively practiced with a partner. After all, one had to exactly shift between offense and defense to spread the aura as precisely as possible over one's body. Not enough aura and a hit that was strong enough would cause an injury. Too much aura and other parts of one's body would be not protected enough, or the offense too weak. Neither Jido, Realvelt, nor Sudeso could use Ryo or had managed to learn it. Harry was just too fast for them. Fortunately, he had figured out his Nen-type training in specialization. At least the theory he had come up with for specialists was so far working quite well. The specialist type is quite different from the other Nen types. In fact, specialists are not bound to the typical limitations of regular Nen users in any of the other categories. In the last few chapters of Hunter x Hunter he had read in his past life, it had been revealed that specialists could train any Nen type equally. While someone with the transmuter Nen type had no talent in manipulation and was simply wasting his potential. Harry had already confirmed that. He tried the first levels of Nen-type training Biscuit had taught Gon and Killua, and he was just as good at enhancement as he was in manipulation. Even though based on the regular diagram used for the nen types, he should be shit in enhancement. That diagram was probably the kind of information where Togashi had simply lied to the reader. He did that from time to time or simply retconned the information. He stopped training in the nen types after the first level. It was just an experiment to see if he was right. According to the information he had, he would regret it if he focused on other categories instead of his specialist ability. The exact reason for that statement is unknown to him, but he chooses to be careful for now. Maybe he would lose access to his specialist abilities if he didn't develop them or something. After all, most people have at most a handful of actual nen abilities. It would be too great of a loss to lose a space-related ability. After all, it seems his nen type is based on his sacred gear Dimension Lost, which does nothing else but manipulates space with the potential to destroy the world. Still, the lack of information remained a problem. Nen wasn't something any character in the story understood fully. Some, like Isaac Netero and Biscuit Kruger, had a systematic martial arts approach to nen. But nen abilities are far more expansive than pure martial arts. There are abilities based on guns, robots, and all kinds of technologies. Look at Greed Island. Some of the items there are on a conceptual level. There are natural geniuses like Neon Nostrade or Kamugi, both in the specialization category, who had no understanding of nen but are possessing unparalleled abilities in their field because they wished for it. And the Chimera Ants, beings who only have a superficial understanding of nen they got secondhand from a beginner, but with some of the most powerful abilities. Like a domain expansion. Fucking Cheetah has no idea what he is doing but creates a dimension or domain midline horizontal ellipsis. Even as a reader outside of Hunter x Hunter, the understanding of nen gets regularly overthrown with new reveals, be it vows and limitations, conditions, dual affinities, nen beasts, or new information about specialists. In the end, Harry had to find his own way. There simply was no possible teacher who would or could teach him about the specialist nen type. The best option he could think of was Krallo Lucifer, but there was no way he could just approach the guy. Netero or Biscuit Kruger, if he could get them to teach him, were not specialists. They simply couldn't understand how that category truly works. Instead, Harry decided to look at the other specialists he knew of and their abilities. There were 12 in the story. From that he began to form a theory as he noticed something about nen. Enhancement, transmutation, emission, manipulation, and conjuration were simply 5 different ways to manipulate energy. A neutral form of energy. But looking at the other specialists, all of them could be assigned to an element, or rather, a concept. For example, Neon Nostrade Aura could have an affinity towards something like divination or the future. Pacunada had an affinity for mind or memories. Krallo for stealing or robbing. Leol the lion ant with borrowing or favor. Aluka Zoldyck with wishes. Serednich with time or time-space. The story didn't reveal enough yet. Morina may be contagious. It's a bit unclear since she was still a complete mystery as far as he read. That Aunt Hina with the dumbest ability could be affiliated with something like sealing or, worse, motherhood since she gets pregnant. Sure, others could also be assigned an element or concept after they developed their ability, for example, Killua lightning or electricity. But he could have as easily replicated Hisoka and turned his aura into gum or into poison since he was trained to resist them from childhood. The base form of his aura was still neutral, and only later did it get more comfortable with a specific element or concept. And in the end, his main talent remained in transmutation. But what if a specialist already had that natural affinity for a concept or element from the start and didn't have to rely on a specific way to use their aura to accomplish an ability? Harry, as a specialist, could use each way of manipulating his aura equally. He had the feeling if he tried to simply learn how to turn his aura into electricity, it would strengthen his affinity for electricity and weaken his own affinity, which was obviously space. That was probably the greatest mistake a specialist could have made by simply training in another Nen type. He already had a natural ability. Instead of using one of the 5 ways to control Nen to create an ability or concept, he could use them to actually control his already existing ability, aka his sacred gear dimension lost. Not having to waste his potential to create an ability in the first place, he could make his existing one far stronger than the ability of any non-specialists. Specialists are broken. And that gave him some really great ideas on how to use it. For his own training, he just had to come up with exercises similar to Biscuit's 10 levels for each type of Nen manipulation. Like a level 1 conjuration ability was to directly summon more purple mist, or manipulation to control it more precisely, emission to directly teleport it into the distance, transmutation to transform his aura into more purple mist or the opposite. What if he could transform the purple mist that he created with his magic and his sacred gear into his aura? He could directly boost his Nen capacity and switch back any time. Enhancement was a bit more complicated to come up with an idea, but then he remembered his portals. What if he could directly enhance his purple mist into the stuff that made up his portals? The dense purple energy. Could he then create more portals or do it far easier? And these were just the first levels he had come up with. If this works out, he would become the strongest Dimension Lost user in its history. And since his Nen ability was based on a sacred gear, pretty much originating from it, he already got a natural boost, making it stronger than the abilities of any Nen user. While Nen in itself was quite fascinating, in combination with a different power system, it could be completely broken. Although all of that was just theory, so far he could turn his aura into more purple mist. Time to get to work. December, are you sure? If you don't return in February for another fight, you will have to start from the first floor again. Warned the receptionist as she filled out the paperwork on her computer. Yes, I am quite certain. I have no problem with climbing the tower again. But if I miss the hunter exam, I will have to wait a whole year. Harry replied as he handed in the form he just filled out. He had stumbled onto a small problem for his hunter exam registration. You needed to be an adult or have the permission of your guardian to participate in it. Even worse, Harry has no identity at all. Like someone from Meteor City, he doesn't exist in this world. While he faced the same problem with the Heavens Arena, he could just confound the receptionist to believe she had confirmed his ID and permission. The hunter exam was a completely different level. There was simply no one to confound since every application was handled over the net. And he knew no one who could get him a good fake identity. Just good that he had already handled all the necessary paperwork with the Heavens Arena, and they could simply handle it for him. Since he was already a fighter of the 200th floor, it also counted as legitimate registration with all the necessary documents, since the requirements for the exam and the arena are the same. Okay, your airship will start on January 5th, you will arrive at Zaban on the 6th. From there you have to get to the hunter exam yourself. The receptionist explained as she handed him a ticket for the exam. Thanks a lot. Harry smiled as he headed into the city for some shopping. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1trusage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 13. The door to his apartment closed with a silent click, and Harry nodded. You guys are here? Good. Did you complete your task? Yes, we deposited our funds into your account as you ordered, my lord, Sedeso answered on behalf of the 3 of them. Well done. Harry smiled pleased as he checked his account on his new phone. Combined with the money he got while climbing the tower and his previous bets, he had now more than 1.5 billion jenny. A nice amount of cash to live comfortably, but still quite low for a pro hunter. For comparison, Greed Island, a game for hunters and Nen users that requires Nen to be played, has a starting bid of 8 billion in the next auction. The official acquisition difficulty is only easy, since all you need is money. Putting his phone away, his expression turned serious. Harry wasn't certain whether he was ready for what came next, but it was something he had to do. His wand appeared in his hand as he readied himself mentally. Sedeso's, Jido's, and Realvelt's eyes widened in recognition of that familiar stick. But they remained motionless, just standing there. They had gotten intimately familiar with that wand and the wide range of abilities it granted Harry. Abilities that could be Nen abilities but at the same time were not. Harry had used them for a wide range of magical experiments and his magic training. After all, not using the resources available was just a waste. He especially studied the interaction between his Nen and his magic. First, he had noticed after awakening his aura that his spells had naturally become stronger. By around 20 to 30%. It was just a rough estimate he eyeballed by watching the effect of his spells while he was in Hatsu or using his aura, respectively. These 3 had been useful to test whether his spells could be blocked by Nen. It had been quite the fascinating experiment. And the short answer was they could. Nen is acting like a shield spell. Whether his spell hit was based on the amount of aura his opponent was using to block it. Weaker spells like the Tickling Charm could be blocked by these 3 with just their 10 shroud. For stronger spells actually meant for combat, they had to be blocked by using Gyo on the body part that was hit. More lethal spells were completely passing through the defenses of these 3. Although Harry is certain that stronger Nen users could block them easily. After all, these 3 were pretty much some of the weakest Nen users. Whether a Nen master could block one of the unforgivables was something Harry couldn't say. At most he could only theorize. After all, his mother had managed to block one for him. So there was at least one magical protection out there blocking the curse. Solid objects could so too. How does Nen count? Magical protection. Energy shield. Physical shield. Harry had no idea, but it wouldn't surprise him if Maruam could take a killing curse without taking any damage. His aura surrounded his wand as 3 bright green lights hit the 3 men in front of him, and they fell unmovingly to the ground. Shoo! Surrounding an object with his aura, in this case his wand, made the spells actually even stronger. Harry estimated he could double, if he put more magic into it, even triple the strength of his spells. And yes, he did just silently cast 3 spells in rapid succession. After all, practicing his aura wasn't all he did over the last few months. It is physically exhausting, and even with stamina potions, he couldn't train the whole day. He had no teacher who could just massage his exhaustion away with an inability. So he had quite a bit of time to study magic too. Combining a wit-sharpening potion with Gyo on his brain was broken. Mastering spells was an easy task that way. While he wouldn't say he could finish his newts with straight outstandings, exceed expectations were in his ability right now. He hadn't studied the whole 7 years of the Hogwarts curriculum by heart, like he would for exams, but he went from one useful spell to the next until he mastered it, while also branching out into fields of magic that simply caught his interest. This included silent casting. He spent no time learning something like the knitting charm. Sure, it was part of the curriculum, but he was preparing for life and death situations, not graduation. Harry even managed some wandless casting, although it took considerably more time than just silent casting. And he only focused on spells that could come in handy in case he had no wand, like the summoning charm to get his wand back. Other spells included the Lumos charm, unlocking spells, simple shield charms, stunners, levitation, and a few more minor spells that he should be able to pull off. As Harry stared at the 3 unmoving bodies on the floor, they were not dead, just body-bound. He encouraged himself, "Come on, Potter. You have to do it. It's the first step to saving a ton of lives at your own home. They were planning to cripple or even kill you first, so don't hesitate." Yes, he is planning to take 3 lives today. His reasoning is quite simple: every Death Eater walking away would just mean more deaths on their hand. Dumbledore's philosophy of forgiveness was just utter bullshit and naivety. One that Harry didn't plan to follow. And the multiverse wasn't a friendly place. Just look at this world. If you are a normal human and a bit unlucky, you could end up an uncontrolled corpse puppet because you walked on the false street. No, Harry had to learn how to take lives. He had to overcome his inhibition. It wasn't an easy thing to do. After all, he had never actually taken a life, or intended to. He doesn't consider killing the basilisk on the same level as killing a human. And Quirrell was a different story. Harry couldn't remember the kill. The man was already all but dead. He wasn't even sure if his protections had killed him or if Voldemort had left the body. Harry had to kill himself willingly. There is no other way, or he would regret it later on. He approached Sedeso and put his hand on the man's body. "Sorry that I have to do this. But let's be honest, if you were in my shoes, you wouldn't have hesitated." So midline horizontal ellipsis devour, essence. A dark purple spinning hole appeared at the palm of his hand as it began sucking the aura, life, and very essence out of the man in his grasp. Yes, this is a Nen ability. A sub-ability of his very first Nen ability. One that had taken quite a few conditions to create. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. He simply hadn't been on that level yet. As Sedeso began withering away under his palm, getting paler and paler as he slowly began to crumble to dust, Harry's aura in the meantime got slightly stronger. This is his Nen ability, Devour, Essence. Like the name implies, it was basically devouring the very essence of his target to make himself stronger. He pretty much absorbs the memories, abilities, talent, and aura from his target. It didn't mean that he got everything. Unfortunately, even with all the conditions he put on this ability, he could only absorb 20% of his target's aura capacity and talent. If his own talent in a Nen type was higher than the target's, his own talent wouldn't increase at all. But he got the full understanding of his target with all his abilities. Still, it doesn't mean he could use the abilities on the same level. While he absorbed all the training and understanding of the user, not just the memories, it was as if he had learned it himself. He still lacked the same body, so he didn't have the muscle memories to use the ability on the same level. His body simply couldn't act on the same level like someone who had trained to create their own ability, fit for exactly their body. The same applies to talent. If he absorbed an ability from a master enhancer, he couldn't use the ability on the same level if he wasn't on the same talent. Even after absorbing a part of the target's talent, it doesn't necessarily mean he reached the same level. And then there are the conditions that make this ability possible in the first place. The original ability, his first Nen ability, is called Devour. It was an enhanced and transmuted form of the purple mist dimension lost created, a level above the concentrated energy used for his portal. Simply said, a black hole. This ability could suck everything in front of his palm into his inventory. Well, humans, animals, and other creatures die in there. His inspiration was Momoshiki Otsutsuki from Naruto. It's a damn useful ability against everyone not a close combat fighter. Although it wasn't as overpowered as he imagined it. He had to put his palm in the attack's trajectory to absorb it, so wide-range attacks and attacks from different angles would be troublesome for now. For now, because he could still improve it. But from there his brain started working. What if he could devour more? Like Rimuru Tempest, he absorbs his enemies or their attacks to gain new skills or evolve his existing ones. There he faced his first problem. Everything he absorbed would be analyzed by the skill Great Sage or Raphael, which made that whole process more effective. Harry didn't have any sentient skill. He considered whether he would be able to create a Nen beast or something that could replace it, but for now canned the idea since he didn't know how to do it in a good way. Instead he came up with a different approach and created Devour, Essence. As a base for the skill, he set the first condition that he needed to possess Dimension Lost so he could create the devouring black hole in his palm. Since sacred gears could be stolen, there was a risk, which powered the skill up, but it was far from enough to work. Secondly, he set as a requirement that the user had to be able to use Legilimency, which handles the whole knowledge absorption part. Thanks to the risk of being able to lose his magic completely, like a magical contract through the Goblet of Fire, it enhanced the effect that he was absorbing. Not only the memories but also the proficiency and experiences. But that was far from enough of what Harry wanted, so he had to add a few more conditions. To add that he could truly absorb abilities, talent, and power from other people, he had to add 3 more conditions so that it worked. During the whole absorption process, he had to touch the target. If he, for just the slightest moment, didn't, it would be disrupted. Of course, the stronger the target was, the longer it took. Harry also couldn't use any Nen during the whole process. Just good that magic wasn't Nen. And lastly, he could use this ability only once on each person in his lifetime. If he should attempt to do so a second time, for example, after being interrupted, then he dies. Was it risk? Sure, but if he was careful, it was totally worth it. Seriously, why spend a month training to be able to use Ren 10 minutes longer? As he formed an aura hand from his Nen and moved it to pull Realvelt to him next, he grinned. Yes, it was worth it. January 6th, Harry sat on his seat at the window and stared into the distance, observing the world moving below him. We are here. Harry muttered as he began to stretch his limbs. The whole journey had taken a few hours. Zaban City is, after all, on a completely different continent than the Heavens Arena, and these airships were not as fast as planes. In the distance he was able to make out a lone pine tree on a hill and a bustling city below him. This was definitely Zaban City, his destination for this journey. Suddenly, the speakers crackled to life. We apologize for the delay. Due to an accident, The airport in Zaban City is currently at full capacity and unable to accommodate our landing. We will instead proceed to Dal Harbor, where buses will transport you to Zaban City. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and thank you for your patience. Harry wrinkled his brows. That was totally hunter exam bullshit. Spotting a flat roof in the city below him, Harry focused, and a portal formed in front of him. Yeah, not with me. Thank you for bringing me here. He muttered as he stepped through the portal. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 14. An elevator door opened, and out stepped Harry right into a dark underground tunnel. It was a vast space, seemingly leading into endless darkness in each direction. He wasn't alone, a few people already crowded the space. The atmosphere is quite tense, and so far he seems to be the youngest candidate. A few people eyed him critically. From below him a voice gained his attention. Hello, please take your number badge. Here you go. Make sure to wear it at all times, please, and be careful not to lose it, said a short man with a lime green jelly bean-shaped head who held out a round white badge to him. Thanks. Harry smiled as he took it, noting he had the number 65. Beans kept handing out badges to new arrivals as Harry stepped into the tunnel. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. As he glanced around, his eyes locked onto a red-haired, jester-like man with a star and teardrop painted on his left and right cheeks, grinning menacingly at him. Harry recognized him instantly, Hisoka Moro. The crazy clown could clearly see his nin awakened. Harry just winked at him, as he had already expected he would gain the man's attention. Besides not participating in the Hunter exam this year, there was nothing he could do to avoid him, and Harry wasn't keen on waiting a year for the exam. With Dimension lost, he could always run if necessary. Hisoka grinned even more creepily as he waved back. Ignoring the killer clown for now, and having nothing better to do, Harry sat down on an empty piece of pipe at the side of the tunnel and pulled a book out of his inventory. The other candidates just stared at him in ridiculousness, their faces clearly showing what they were thinking. What's a brat doing here? Casually chilling and reading a book. That's the fucking Hunter exam, it's supposed to be deadly. Alone getting here was hard. Did he get lost? Harry pretended that he didn't notice. Getting here wasn't hard at all. After stepping into Zaban City, the hardest part had been finding the right restaurant, which he had just a drawing of, and he knew it was beside a tall and impressive building. After that it was just a casual legitimacy probe on the cook, who wasn't a hunter or nin user, and he had the right catchphrase to get into the elevator. Besides Hisoka and maybe Beans, there wasn't anyone that could even threaten him right now, so why wouldn't he read an interesting in-depth study on dwarf enchantments from Jibril's world? It was a really fascinating tome. Dwarfs were quite similar to wizards in a way, their magic based on their imagination. While wizards had to use a form of mathematics to find the right spell triggers for the desired magical effect, dwarfs had an even more instinctual approach. While they employed crafts like smithing, woodworking, and similar others, even magical ones like enchanting and inscriptions to fix their creations, to create they relied on their instinct and magic to craft different enchanted tools with their intended effect. In fact, it's more an art than a science, since they had no idea how they did it, they just did. Their masterpieces are so-called spirit arms that they use like wizards use their wands, as foci for their own magic. These spirit arms could be a sword or even a giant robot, based on the desired effects and functions. The most powerful ones are a pair of giant robots. Harry wondered if he could do the same. Could he rely on his instinctual magic to create a magical tool or weapon? It would help with an idea he had for a while. "Hey, how old are you?" A voice awoke him rudely from his theorizing. Looking up, he saw a pair of piercing blue eyes, belonging to a silver-haired kid staring right at him. On his white shirt hung the badge with the number 99. Killua Zoldyck. "I turned 14 a few months ago," Harry replied as he closed his book, storing it inside of his inventory while pretending to store it in his bag. "Oh, you look younger," Killua remarked bluntly. "Still, I didn't think I would see anyone close to my age participating in the exam." Just because his age was pretty much frozen didn't mean he was small. He had put on real muscles over the last few months, and his height would also catch up once he was aging faster. "Well, how old are you?" Harry asked in response, not showing his slight annoyance. "I will be turning 12 this year." Harry chuckled. "So you are 11 midline horizontal ellipsis. Why do you want to become a hunter?" "No specific reason. I just wanted to try it because it's supposed to be really hard." "What about you?" "It's not that hard. Just for untrained everyday people. I can already tell you won't have a hard time. The real fun begins after the exam. It's pretty much the entry requirement for a bigger world. Also pretty much why I am doing it. I want the license to get access to hunter-only information and jobs." Harry replied and smirked as he saw he had pissed off a few people in hearing range, calling the exam not hard. "Really?" Killua asked disappointedly. "So what can I do after becoming a hunter?" "Well, that would be spoiling. Become a hunter first. But I can already tell that some people close to you are aware of what happens after the exam. You could always ask them." He answered mysteriously and saw Killua's eyes widen. "As if I would ask them anything." "That's on you. I am Harry, by the way." "Nice to meet you." He introduced himself. "I am Killua." "Nice to meet you too, I guess," Killua said, caught off guard, before he sighed. "So, what do you think? How long will this whole exam go?" "No idea. On average there are 5 to 6 rounds. The exam committee adjusts the exam based on the number of examinees and the tests themselves. Overall, the duration of the exam can vary from a few days to around a month." A voice approached them from the side. It's a short, stocky, middle-aged man with tan skin, brown hair, and a large nose, whom Harry recognized instantly. Tompa the Rookie Crusher. "Who are you?" asked Killua as he turned to the man. "How do you know all that?" "The name is Tompa." He smiled as he held his hand up. "I know quite a bit about the exam since it's my 35th attempt. You could call me a veteran. Seeing you kids really brings back memories. I was 10 at my first attempt. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Huh, sounds like you are quite resilient. Surviving so many exams is a special kind of talent," Harry replied drily. "Ha ha ha, you could say that," laughed. Tompa was embarrassed. "Do you have some information on the other candidates?" asked Killua if he was interested in the competition. Harry tuned out the two of them as they talked about the other participants, already knowing all he needed. Besides Hisoka and later Illumi Zoldyck, who hadn't arrived yet, nobody was a nen user. He couldn't confidently say he is the third strongest in this exam. Do you also want a refreshment before the exam starts? Asked Tanpa to wake Harry out of his musings. Sure. Harry nodded as he took the can of juice from the rookie crusher. Killua already held 2 cans in his hands. Tanpa then left to greet other candidates. Cheers, he said to Killua as he opened his can. You sure you want to drink something some old guy gave you at the hunter exam? Killua asked with a grin. Sure, what is a bit of poison? Harry laughed as he opened his mouth, Xing his can but in reality disposing of the poison juice in his inventory as he had opened a small portal in his mouth. Killua laughed, as he also said, cheers, and emptied his 2 cans. Once the time limit for the exam ended, a man entered trough a pipe at the side and used something that looked like tiny green head to make a loud noise and gained all the participants' attention. With a tap of his finger, it shut up. Here I am. The time for the registration is over, he announced. Once he was sure that all eyes were on him, he continued, now the exam can begin. This way, please, the man said, gesturing down the tunnel before turning and walking in that direction. He spoke loud enough that the whole crowd following him could hear him. Just to be clear, the hunter exam is extremely rigorous. Sometimes you can miss a chance and end up hurting yourself, or you can simply die. Even permanent injuries are not impossible. Other candidates may even sabotage you. If you are fine with that, then you are welcome to continue. Nobody was leaving and kept following him. Okay, the number of participants is 404 for the first round of the exam. One of the participants got killed after he arrived, but that would have been just a matter of time. That guy had no survival instinct at all, or awareness. He actually bumped into Hisoka, and the killer clown decided to cut off his arms. They kept following the examiner deeper into the tunnel as the pace kept getting faster. At this point, everyone was jogging. I forgot one detail. I'm sad it's the examiner for the first round of the exam. And your guide to the second round. A bald man, whom Harry recognized as Hanzo the ninja, probably the strongest candidate after the nen users, asked, second round? You mean the first midline horizontal ellipsis? Saditz replied as he kept the pace, like I already told you. The first round has already started. All you have to do is to keep up and follow me. Easy, right? Where we are going and when we will get there, I can't say. Harry kept jogging relaxed beside Killua on his skateboard. This pace was nothing for him. Endurance training has been part of his schedule for months now. All we have to do is follow him. That's too easy, Killua commented as he rolled on his skateboard. The examiner is probably a softie. From what I heard, the hunter exam can be quite deadly, so he is probably weeding out the weaklings before it gets too hard. Harry replied casually. You may be right. Killua glanced over his shoulder. It shouldn't take too long. More than half a day and most of the candidates would be gone. A loud voice shouted, "Hey kid, that's not allowed. That's cheating." It's Leo Rio, one of the other main characters. At least of the early story. Why? What do you think? Shouted Leo Rio, it's an endurance test. It was Gon, the main character of the canon story, jogging beside Leo Rio, who replied this time, no, he just said to follow him. Killua noticed Gon for the first time as Rio looked at the black-haired kid, betrayed, and his eyes lit up. "Hey you. How old are you?" "Almost 12. Killua looked at Harry for a moment. "Oh yeah. Just like me." He jumped off his skateboard, jogging beside Gon. "I'm Killua." Harry also joined them. "Seems like you were completely wrong, Killua, and actually found someone the same age as you." "I am Harry, I am 14. I'm Gon." Looking at Rio running with his briefcase, Killua asked, "And who are you, mister?" "Mister," sputtered Rio indignantly. "I'm not that old. I'm only 19 this year." Harry already knew that this reply was coming, but he decided to join in on the fun as he froze together with Gon and Killua and stared at Rio, who didn't look anything like his age. "No way," shouted Gon, shocked. 82, Gon. That's it. Our friendship is over." Rio complained while pointing at Gon's face. Gon's friends in the end also introduced themselves as Rio and Kurapika, who had remained silent till now. The whole group kept running behind Saditz in a steady pace. After around the 60-kilometer mark, Rio began to struggle, but after leaving his briefcase behind, he managed to push himself further with pure spite. Gon showed his skill with his fishing rod and grabbed Leorio's briefcase with it, carrying it for the exam. A chubby nerd, whose name Harry didn't remember, was actually the first one to drop out around the 80 kilometers mark. That guy was so arrogant and overconfident in himself and his predictions about the exam that Tompa had a really easy time breaking him. From there, more and more candidates were dropping out of the exam, effectively saving their own lives. Once they reached some stairs heading upwards was the point where most of the candidates in this phase began to drop out as Saditz raised the speed again. Like Gon and Killua, Harry had no problem keeping up with the exam. Before his training he would have had a hard time getting so far, but thanks to his tight training schedule and abuse of potions, he had crammed a few years' worth of intense training into a few months. If wizards weren't so lazy, they could have become a real power in their own world. Potions are broken. So far the most tiring thing was that he couldn't really do anything else while running. He was so bored that he focused mostly on practicing the third level of occlumency. The most basic first level in occlumency was to empty one's mind. The old Harry hadn't even managed that. It wasn't even that useful, it just prevented someone from reading surface thoughts and helped detect attempts of inexperienced legilimens entering one's mind. On the other hand, the second level was quite a bit more interesting. It consisted more of controlling one's thoughts to keep the state of a clear mind while permanently maintaining a defense, a shield around your mind that would detect and defend against most attempts of skilled legilimens. At this point only a master could bypass that shield without being noticed. And then there is the third level. It's more a preparatory step for the fourth level. While it doesn't enhance the actual defenses of the mind, it enhances the memory and learning ability of the user. But it's time-consuming. The user has to review and catalog his memories piece by piece. It's easier to do when one is young. Fewer memories equal less work. But how many kids were patient enough to meditate and clear their minds? Harry was actually making good progress, since Gyo enhances his thinking speed quite a bit. But he had a full additional lifetime of memories to handle. Lastly, the fourth step is the level where one has mastered occlumency. The construction of a mind palace, a place where one had their memories fully organized and defended from intruders in the form of an imaginary construct. The strength of one's occlumency fully depending on the creativity and willpower of the user. Harry had been so absorbed in his occlumency practice that he hadn't noticed they had moved to the front of the group, as the other participants had significantly slowed their pace. Gon had also noticed it. We are ahead of everybody now. Killua replied casually, yeah, it's the slow pace. Climbing slowly tires you faster. It's like you said, Harry. The examiner is really a nice guy, filtering out the weak ones before they die. Killua sighed, so far the exam seems really easy and boring. It will get harder. Harry chuckled, it's just the first test. Won't it, Mr. Saditz? Yes. Each examiner is free to design their own exam. It can get quite unreasonable. Not even necessary too hard, just unreasonable. Chuckled Saditz, who was walking in front of them, but you have noticed quite right that I choose to filter out the weaker candidates first. Gon nodded as he listened to Saditz before turning towards them. Why do you guys want to become hunters? Killua replied, I don't want to become a hunter specifically. I was just searching for a challenge. So far I am disappointed. I am here mainly to get my license, so I get access to the hunter-restricted resources. There is not really any specific goal I pursue right now. Harry also answered truthfully. And you Gon? Killua questioned. My father is a hunter. I want to become a hunter like him and find him. Gon replied happily. What kind of hunter is he? I don't know. What's his name? Harry asked while he already knew. Jing. Jing Freaks. Oh, I have heard of him. Harry replied while pretending to be surprised by the name. He is a real big shot. One of the Zodikas, the High Council of the Hunter Association. Also, he is a double-star hunter. To get 1 star, you need to have done something remarkable in one field. A 2nd star is something you get if you have trained a student that has accomplished something remarkable in one field. But from what I have heard, he actually qualifies for 3 stars, he is just too lazy to apply for it. Which means he has done a remarkable achievement in multiple fields. What really? That sounds impressive. Killua said, surprised. Do you know where I can find him? Asked Gon with innocent eyes. No idea, he is, as far as I am aware, a vagabond and hard to reach. And even harder to find, especially if he doesn't want to be found by you. Harry said before he saw the disappointment in Gon's eyes, but there are 2 people here who could tell you a bit about him. For one there is Tompa. What? That snake knows something about Gon's dad? Killua asked disbelievingly. Probably. After all, he has participated in 35 hunter exams, including this one. He looks around 4050 and has started to participate in them most like around our age. So there aren't that many exams he has missed. Gon's dad, to my knowledge, participated in the 267th exam, 20 years ago, so the chance is high that Tompa has met him. Analyzed Harry based on his meta-knowledge. Oh, that makes sense. I will ask Mr. Tompa later. Gon nodded, so who is the other person? Yeah, but be careful about what Tompa tells you. Your dad is a ruins hunter, a field focusing on archaeology. Just like Mr. Saditz there. Since Jing is a double-star hunter, he should be quite famous. So maybe Mr. Saditz knows a bit about Jing. Harry explained as he nodded towards their examiner, who had been listening in. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable for such a young candidate. How do you know all these things? A lot of your information is quite classified. Are you sure you need a hunter license? Chuckled Saditz. Yeah. While there are quite a few abilities helping with information gathering, a license makes it easier. Harry replied vaguely, implying his Nen ability was related to information gathering. Do you know my father, Mr. Saditz? Asked Gon if he was interested. No, I haven't met him. But I know a bit about him. Saditz began as he told Gon about what he knew about Jing and how he had uncovered some special ruins in the past. In that manner they reached the end of the stairs and got out of the tunnel, and Harry noticed something. Somehow he remembers a race between Gon and Killua at the end of the tunnel, but he wasn't certain whether this was an anime-only thing, he read these manga chapters too long ago, or something he had changed. Maybe they were just too distracted by the chat with Saditz. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support, I truly appreciate it. For access to up to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to one advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 15. Saditz waited around 5 minutes for the participants of the Hunter exam to get out of the tunnel before a gate shut close. There even was a candidate right in front of it crawling up the steps, crying for it to wait. What an idiot. That pretty much saved his life. If he wasn't strong enough to push through the goal, so close to it, then he wasn't hunter material and would have died here. While the group had gathered in front of the exit, most of them recovering from the long run they just experienced. Only a few, like Hisoka, didn't seem to be affected at all. In the meantime, Saditz addressed the group of examinees. These are the Milsey Wetlands, also known as Swindler's Swamp. The second round will be happening here. You'll have to pass through it to get to the location. The whole ecosystem is based on tricking its prey, and they eat humans. Follow me closely, and stay focused. Or else you will be lost. That's wrong. He's lying to you. Someone shouted from behind the tunnel entrance. A tattered man came around the corner, pointing at Saditz accusingly. He's an imposter. He's not an examiner. I am the real examiner. Harry was surprised how well disguised this creature is. If he hadn't awakened his aura nodes or had foreknowledge, he would have a hard time distinguishing him from a real human. Even with Nen the monkey, the disguise is really good. The only thing confirming that he wasn't a hunter was that his Nen was not awakened, else everything indicates that it supposedly was a regular human. Not a small amount of candidates got confused by the man-faced ape. Its plan worked. Of course there is a bigger predator present. That one wouldn't want to lose his prey. As the man-faced ape in disguise pulled another of its kind into vision, whom he had supposedly taken out, confusing even more of the candidates, Harry noticed Hisoka's bloodlust rising. Hisoka released a set of playing cards from his hands, and Harry noticed the aura around them. This is an even more advanced version of Shu. He enshrouded his Nen around the cards and threw them with a bit of emission. Harry could do the same. He had gained the understanding from absorbing Jido, who used that as his Hatsu with his spinning tops. Hisoka just used Nen basics, but with a master, it's very effective. Without any resistance, they pierced into the man-faced ape. Meanwhile, Saditz just casually caught them in his hands. The aura around these cards was not strong enough to pierce Saditz's normal Nen defenses. Tough whether Saditz could beat Hisoka in a battle was another question. In the future, the only ones Hisoka found slightly interesting amongst the majority of hunters were the Zodiacs, which are implied to be the strongest hunters in the whole organization. Well, hunters are far more complex than simple strength. Hisoka is rather an unpredictable outlier than the rule. He carves a good battle to death, always hunting for the next opponent. As the ape dropped dead on the ground, Hisoka said, "Ha, ha, I see." Spade Suit, the monkey playing dead that had been dragged in front of the group, noticed that things changed and fled for his life, only to be finished by another card. He is the real deal. Heart Suit, unbothered Hisoka pointed at Sadits. Examiners are hunters who do this without any pay on the request of the hunter associations. A real hunter should have no trouble stopping my attack. Club Suit, I'll take that as a compliment. However, the next time you should attack me, and you will be immediately disqualified. Sadits stated stoically. Sure. Spade Suit, some of the birds native to this swamp crowded on the ape corpses and began to rip them apart. This was the fate of anyone being tricked by the wildlife in this swamp. This part of the hunter exam is clearly more dangerous than the boring underground tunnel, where all you needed was stamina. Swindler's Swamp is the true test for this round. Before it was just a method to sort out the weak. Sadits took off at a rapid pace, forcing the crowd of participants to chase after him. Those left behind would have to survive on their own in this harsh environment. Harry decided to keep close to Sadits. Together with Gon and Killua, he could clearly feel Hisoka's bloodthirst in the air. Killua felt the same. Let's go to the front. As innocent as ever, Gon nodded. Yeah, we should keep an eye on Mr. Sadits. It's not following Sadits that worries Killua. Hisoka wants to kill again. Harry sighed as they passed some candidates getting further to the front. That's why he stopped the man-faced ape in the first place. More prey for him. Proving his innocence, further Gon turned his head to the back and shouted, "Leorio, Kurapika. You should get up here to the front." All they got in reply was a distant, "If we could, we would." In their surroundings the air grew heavy with more shouts and screams of horror, but the thick mist covering the swamp made it impossible to identify the threats. Gon kept looking worried towards the back. "Don't be stupid. You have to watch out for yourself." Killua reprimanded Gon, clearly anticipating what he was thinking. "We can barely see the guys right in front of us. If you leave, you won't find your way back." Harry, jogging beside them, was relaxed. With his active monitoring his surroundings, it was easy to dodge the crafty wildlife. Gon was simply Gon and had his own mind. The moment he heard Leorio's scream in the back, he rushed off. "That idiot," cursed Killua as he kept jogging with the group. "Don't worry about him." Hisoka decided to act. "But he won't kill Gon, Leorio, Kurapika, or even you." "Why?" "You could feel his bloodthirst too." Killua replied, confused. "Sure, but what Hisoka loves the most is a good fight. Most of the candidates can't give it to him. But you, Gon, and even Kurapika and Leorio have a lot of potential. It's no fun for him to kill you now if you can entertain him even more in the future." Harry explained that he had gathered this info from the short interactions with Hisoka. "No. But he knew a possible future." "And you don't have potential?" Killua pointed out. "I do. But he would fight me now if he had the chance." He chuckled. Killua pouted, annoyed. "Are you saying you are stronger than me?" "Yep." Harry popped the pea. "Hisoka would most likely fight me seriously and try to kill me." I will keep my distance from the perverse killer clown. As for why I am stronger than you, once you have truly become a hunter, you will know. Tell me. Killua complained. Won't. Come on. Nope. Like in the original story, at the site of the second exam, first Hisoka returned while carrying a knocked-out Leorio, dropping him off at a tree, followed by Gon and Kurapika, who had used Gon's keen sense of smell to follow Leorio's cologne. Huh, you were right. He let them go, said Killua as the two of them approached the other three who were staring at the building where the second round of the exam would happen. We can't get in yet. Killua once they were beside them. Killua, Harry, greeted Gon. They chatted for a while, since the second round would only begin at noon and there were still a few minutes left on the clock of the building. Exactly on the minute, a rumbling sound spread through the area, and the door opened, revealing a turquoise-haired woman on a soft chair, with a massive man sitting on the floor behind her. The loud rumble came from the man's stomach. So midline horizontal ellipsis, you're hungry? The woman, whom Harry knew was called Menchi, asked the large man he believed was called Bahara. Hungry? I'm starving, Bahara replied. Menchi then shouted into the crowd, okay, listen up. The topic of the second round is cooking. You will prepare some dishes to satisfy our tastes. If you can do that, you pass on to the next round. As Harry prepared himself for the upcoming idiots, the crowd was dumbfounded. Cooking? Why cooking? Because we are gourmet hunters, Menchi stated confidently. At that, laughter spread through the crowd, most prominently from a fat wrestler or something, who had even a name but was so unimportant for the story that Harry had long forgotten it. The participants were taking this not serious at all. Unfortunately, Menchi wasn't taking that well at all and got visibly annoyed. So, gourmet hunters, what are we supposed to make? Asked the fat wrestler dismissively. Before Menchi could continue, Harry said loudly, man, the weaklings are always the most annoying ones. Midline horizontal ellipsis. At that, more candidates laughed, including the wrestler. Even the kid is looking down on you. No, fatso. I was talking about you and the other idiots, Harry replied in a calm voice, but the pulse of the fat wrestler was clearly racing. Do you even have an idea who you are talking to? Not only are they fully fledged hunters, having completed the exam, which, as far as I am aware, you failed before. And the beauty over there is even a single-star hunter in her early 20s. Do you know what a single-star hunter is? Someone who has produced remarkable achievements in a field. Like solving a pandemic, for example. So who are you? A dumb fatso in his 30s laughing about a successful woman who even decided if he can become a hunter this year. Midline horizontal ellipsis. This silenced the crowd. Of course the fat wrestler was completely pissed off. You fucking brat. Die. He rushed at Harry, who looked at him bored. Dodging the incoming fist, Harry punched the fat guy in the face, making him fly through the air without even having used Nen. Now that this is over with, can we continue the exam? Harry asked as if nothing happened. Sure, thank you, participant 65. Menchi smiled at him. The examiners continued with their explanation. First you will prepare a dish for me, explained Bokhara. Menchi followed up, once you pass Bahara's assessment, you will be allowed to prepare one for me. Once the two of us are full, the second round ends. You have until then to satisfy us. no longer dared the participants to laugh at them. On the other hand, Harry got confused. He is certain that the exam participants laughing at the gourmet hunters at the beginning of the exam only happened in the anime. But that the exam had 2 different dishes to prepare was out of the manga. Wouldn't that mean that he was in a completely original timeline neither belonging to the manga nor the anime? Or was it his influence that had caused these events? The multiverse is a complex construct midline horizontal ellipsis, but he had to be careful. That also could mean that completely unexpected events could happen. Well, the first dish was simple and only required a bit of combat skill. All Bahara wanted was a roasted pig dish. In this reserve lived only one type of pig, a carnivorous one with a big, hard snout. They were easy to take out since their weakness was their forehead protected by the snout and could be taken out with one punch. And Bahara passed 70 applicants. It was Menchie who was troublesome. Or rather spiteful. She asked for sushi. Yeah, sushi. A dish that requires decades of practice to be called a master in preparing it. And it was a relative unknown dish in this world, although the necessary ingredients for the classic version got leaked. Since Ninji Baldi Hanzo is from Japan, this world's version of Japan, and Kurapika is knowledgeable and remembered that this dish required fish. While they were right, most kinds of sushi require fish, it's saltwater fish, and they were in the middle of a continent, no ocean close by. Preparing sushi with freshwater fish is a completely idiotic idea since you shouldn't eat freshwater fish raw. These fish are full of parasites that usually don't survive in saltwater but require you to heat up freshwater fish. And at this point not even one candidate had passed yet. Even after Hanzo revealed the correct shape for sushi. Harry had a different idea. While he had never eaten sushi in this life, no way the Dursleys would eat Jap food. And how would a society stuck in the Middle Ages know about sushi? No way Hogwarts was serving it. But he had tasted it in his past life a few times. There wasn't just raw fish sushi. And what is that? Asked Menchie, pleased as she observed the plate Harry served her. Well, you can be quite mean. Harry replied in a tone that only they could hear him, as a gourmet hunter, you should be aware that you shouldn't prepare sushi from freshwater fish. Instead, I decided to prepare some vegetable rolls for you. Hopefully they are to your tastes, since I am not a qualified sushi chef. While the shape is a bit clumsy, it already looks far better than the rest of the participants. You even prepared some reverse rolls. So what do we have here? Menchie asked. I worked with what I could find. These are wild carrot rolls with some spring onions. For these ones, I used wild cucumbers, and these ones are pickled variants in a lightly spicy brine. They took the most time. Harry pointed out. Hopefully, his skills that he developed while slaving away for the Dursleys were good enough. But he had secretly used his trump card while nobody had been watching, since he knew one round of the exam was cooking, he had specifically learned the in-charm. The in-charm enhances the flavor and quality of the food and gets used in wizarding restaurants regularly. While you are no master, you have talent. Menchie praised pleased as she tasted the different rolls, the charm had clearly done its job. And Harry had specially made sure to compliment her before the exam and show off that he wasn't looking down on her to leave a positive impression. The fatso was still lying knocked out in front of the exam site. Are you interested in becoming a gourmet hunter? She asked. I never thought about it. While I am certain that it won't be my main occupation, I like cooking well enough for dabbling into it. Harry replied without committing himself to it. Cooking had been an escape from the Dursleys, even if he was forced into it. After all, Aunt Petunia was a below-average cook, and you could clearly see how much they loved food. No way they would mess with him while preparing their beloved food. But to say that it was his passion would be a lie. He liked good food but enjoyed more to have a true master prepare it for him. Too bad. I would have offered you to become my apprentice. She sighed a bit disappointed. Still, you pass. Congratulations. He passes. How? Muttered the participants behind him since she had announced the last part loudly. How did you do it, Harry? Asked Gon, who had already failed with the others. I put a bit more effort into it. He replied casually. In fact, using magic for it was a bit of a cheat unique to him. With a loud gong, Menchie announced after she had finished all of his plate, that's it. I am full now. Only one participant passes. That's a statement the candidates didn't appreciate at all. They feel wronged, kind of rightfully. This exam is very specific, with almost no chance of passing. Harry only did so by being sly and familiar with the task and still needed a slight cheat for it. The atmosphere is getting dangerous. Most of the candidates in the exam are harmless, but then there is someone like Hisoka, who was leaking a lot of bloodlust. Preventing an escalation was only the sudden sound of an airship. Isaac Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association, opened the door and jumped out of it. He landed neatly in the middle of the candidates, who stared at him in astonishment. Menchie also looked slightly nervous. Chairman Netero, the man responsible for the Hunter exam. While everyone was stunned by the feat the old man just performed, Harry was stunned by something else. This old man is a total monster. His aura is over the top even in a state of 10. Considering he couldn't even beat the Chimera Ant King while it wasn't even trying to kill him, it puts matters a bit more into perspective. Harry felt that his natural talent was around Gon and Killua's level. Thanks to his potions, knowledge, and experiences, he easily had exceeded their speed. In a serious fight he had no chance of beating Netero at the moment, and he felt that he could fight Hisoka, while not beating him, at least putting up a good fight and escaping. He wanted to reach that level. And of course, like any powerful old man, he was a lecher. Harry deadpanned as he watched Netero take a peek down Menchie's cleavage. Responsible, yes. But I only interfere if there is a problem and solve it, he said. In the end, Menchie tried to step down as an examiner, but Netero offered instead to let her select another task. One that was solvable without a set of very specific skills that required years of training or some cheats, one that she had to perform first for all to see. She decided to take them to Split Mountain. Like the name said, it's a mountain with a split going through its center. Harry always wondered if it was the result of a powerful battle or some kind of training someone did, ending up breaking the mountain into two. But there was no sign beyond the split that could prove his theory. It happened most likely too long ago since it had already become a natural part of the ecology. This split is the home of spider eagles, who create their nest in between it out of web, their eggs hanging in the air, hard to reach for any predators. And the goal of the new task. To pass, one had to collect one of the eggs and cook it. While Harry didn't have to participate in it, he decided he wanted to do it either way. It looked like a ton of fun. And why was he doing all this training in the first place? To live freely and do what he wants, getting some tasty but dangerous ingredient absolutely fits into that. In the end, he even secretly used a portal to gather a few full nests into his inventory to have some of these eggs in stock. This time 42 participants remained in the exam. End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to up to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1truesage. Free members get access to 1 advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 16. I should introduce myself properly to you. I am Isaac Netero, chairman of the Hunter Association, and with it also responsible for the Hunter exam. Netero said as the group of examinees stood inside the airship that took off into the air. Most remained stoic, the tension about the exam in the air. Usually I only appear at the final round. Since I am already here, I will stick around a bit and enjoy the atmosphere. Netero chuckled, relaxed. Beans took over from there. We will arrive at our destination for the 3rd exam at 8 a.m. Until then, please relax and enjoy the amenities on board. Killua turned towards Gon. Come on, let's go explore. You bet. Gon agreed eagerly before turning towards Harry. You coming? Harry took a moment to consider his options before nodding, sure. Together they explored the airship. These things are really nice and have their own advantages over a plane. While not as fast, they were far more comfortable and spacey than even a private jet, and most importantly, they seemed to be far easier to maintain and supply. He had used the chance to ask some crew members about it. As long as the ship wasn't damaged, it could stay in the air for months, being powered by wind power generators that use the stronger gusts of wind up here to generate far more power than below, while being kept in air by a light heated gas. It would make a comfortable vehicle that could be equipped with a lot of luxuries. The only downside was the speed, but midline horizontal ellipsis Harry could teleport. Once they looked into every corner of the airship they were allowed to enter, the 3 of them ended up on some empty seats on the passenger deck, having a nice panoramic view over the world below them. Look at that. It's like a web of jewels. Gon shouted, his eyes sparkling as they watched out of the window. But their interest wasn't kept on the sights out there for long, as Gon asked, Killua, Harry, your parents, are they alive? Unfortunately not. Harry sighed sadly. Even with all the new memories and his new ambitions, he still misses his mom and dad. What would they say about his new ambitions? Would they be disappointed about his selfishness, his thirst for power, riches, and enjoying his life to the fullest? Or that he didn't want to play Dumbledore's game? Even knowing the full story of his own book series and his movies didn't let him really know his parents. Sure, he knew a bit about their life, but he had no idea how they would react to this new him. Could he somehow bring them back to life? Maybe with the Dragon Balls? Would they work over different universes? Are there other methods? Weren't death gods real in his world now? Could he negotiate with them? What happened? Gon asked with wide eyes, having noticed the sadness in Harry's eyes. They were murdered when I was 1 year old. This time it was Killua, who had a cold look in his eyes, who asked, is the killer still alive? Kinda, he lost his body. He is a madman who did something crazy with himself that allowed him to stay alive as some kind of evil spirit. He is trying to get his body back. But don't worry, he will regret it very much. Harry smiled coldly. Still, it was nice to see that even Killua, who was trained to be a cold-blooded assassin, got angry for him. Is something like that even possible? He asked disbelievingly about the whole spirit part, while Gon also looked confused. Once you truly have become a hunter, you will know how big the world truly is. There is a lot more out there. Still, you will probably ask again what I mean. If you got your hunter license and want to know what I mean, then reach the 200th floor of the Heavens Arena and try to get a teacher from the fighters there. You will discover what I mean. Harry said, pointing them to their original plan, but pretending to be helping them without actually doing anything. What's the Heavens Arena? Gon asked. It was Killua who responded, a good place to earn money and become stronger by fighting. My father left me there when I was 6, he told me to reach the 200th floor and return home. So you didn't fight on the 200th floor? Harry asked. Nope, he explicitly told me not to. Harry nodded as he had already known that. Good, you would have regretted it. You will need to find a teacher first. Can't you teach us? Asked Gon innocently. Not really, I am not good enough myself yet and still learning. Harry replied before changing the topic, what about your parents, Killua? Still around? Probably. Killua replied noncommittally as his eyes returned to watch the outside. What do they do? Gon questioned further, now interested in Killua. Assassins. Gon looked at Killua, both of them. Oh God. You are hilarious, Gon. Harry and Killua both laughed at the black-haired boy's innocence. Yes, assassination is the family trade. Killua replied, now returning to being serious, probably unsure how they would react. You are a Zoldyck. Harry pretended to realize. Yes. Zoldyck? What's that? Gon asked. It's Killua's family name. They are the most famous family of assassins in the world. And also quite elusive. Harry explained, they have been in that trade for generations. If you want someone assassinated, go to them. There are no better ones. Although they are expensive. Yeah, maybe I should catch them once I get my license. Once I collect their bounties, I will be set for life. Killua said as he realized that neither Harry nor Gon was treating him differently. The only one with parents among us wants to collect their bounties. Harry laughed, just sell some selfies. I heard people already pay a ton of money for some genuine pictures of your family members. Maybe I will do that. Killua replied a bit awkwardly, as he got reminded about the parental situation of the other two with him. Gon was about to ask something else when they suddenly noticed a presence to their left. Harry could barely follow the presence movements. The old man was really fast and most likely not even serious yet. Gon and Killua noticed that Harry was looking in another direction than them and turned around to spot Netero themselves. Gon naively asked, Mr. Netero, did you notice anyone coming from there? It's Killua who realized what must have happened. You are fast, old-timer. Netero, not admitting anything, just looked at Killua, do tell. I was just strolling around. You three are the youngest in the exam. What do you think of it? Netero asked as he didn't react to Killua staring at him. The exam is really fun. Lots of action and no written tests. Gon said happy. Killua, on the other hand, is more bored. It's a bit of a letdown. I thought it would be more challenging. Any chance of that happening? We will see. Netero replied, before looking at Harry, who still was observing how strong the man was, and you? What are your thoughts? I have to agree with Killua. Since I am a bit too strong for the exam, it's more a chore to be done to get my license. Harry replied. For you, that's true. Netero nodded. How about we change that? Let's play a game. Killua wasn't impressed by that offer. If you win, I will issue your license on the spot. Netero offered, before clarifying, you two can work together. He pointed at Killua and Gon, you will have to do it yourself. Why him? Because he is stronger. After agreeing, they ended up in a training room on the upper deck they had discovered before. Netero had a rubber ball that he played around with. If you can take this ball, you win. You're free to attack me any way you like. I won't hit back. Only the two can come at me together, but you can also start alone. We just have to take it away. Killua confirmed. Okay, I will go first. Netero kept playing with the ball. Step right up. Killua started walking rhythmically around Netero. He walked in a specific pattern, creating afterimages in a circle around Netero. Harry had been prepared for this technique, knowing it was called rhythm echo, but even after closely observing it with Gyo and En, he had no idea how it worked. Tough, he could make out the real Killua, and so could Netero, as he easily dodged the surprise attack. And the chairman kept dodging each follow-up attack with minimal and precise movements. Frustrated with how easily Netero was handling him, Killua smashed his leg into Netero's chin. It took a few moments for Killua to catch up, triumphantly grinning, but then the pain reached his brain. And he began hopping on one leg, holding his hurting one as he cried out in pain. His leg is as hard as steel. Killua cried out as he moved towards Gon, your turn. Gon changed with Killua and rushed straight towards Netero, here I go. Suddenly he vanished out of vision using the blind spot created by the ball in Netero's vision and crashed into the roof. The attempt wasn't bad even though the execution lacked a bit. After that, Gon tried a similar approach as Killua, using his speed to overcome the old man, but Netero always adjusted his own speed to him. A close look made it obvious that the man was not serious. Harry got up and changed positions with Gon. Ho, ho. Give it your best. Netero chuckled as he saw the ring around Harry form. As Harry nodded, his aura focused on his legs, and he fast jumped towards the ball. Netero, keeping up with his speed, moved the ball out of his way, but Harry again used his aura, this time in his hands, to push himself away from the wall towards the old man. This exchange kept going as Harry practiced using Rio instead for attacking, to push aura into his limbs and muscles to move faster while not sacrificing his Nin defense completely. He got the idea from Sesgera, a hunter appearing later in the story, who focused his aura in his feet at the right moment to jump 80 meters into the air. The more his proficiency improved, the faster he got, but Netero kept up with his speed the whole time and got faster too. Killua and Gon almost managed to get the ball, as Gon used his loose boot to kick the ball away from Netero. But the old man is truly powerful and wouldn't give a license that easily away. For a slight moment he used a bit of his true speed to bypass Gon and Killua, who now were both closer to the ball, and caught it once again. I'll give you an for effort, Netero said cheekily as he once again balanced the ball on his finger. Killua stared for a moment at the smoking footprint Netero had left on the floor behind them before clicking his tongue. That's it, you win. You're quitting already? Asked Gon, confused. We almost did it this time. You think so? Huffed Killua. He hasn't even used his right hand and left leg with the two of us. There may be a slight chance to trick him if Harry could work with us, but he is probably more interested in training his speed. After all, that's what he has been doing the whole time. Really? Gon asked as he looked from Harry to Netero, who both chuckled. It's the truth after all. Harry had a great time improving his base speed with a faster training partner while improving his mastery over Rio too. It's too rare of an opportunity to pass on. Where else could he find a Nen master bored enough to let Harry use him for training? Saw that, eh? Asked Netero as he stood there relaxed. I tried to make it not so obvious. Well, you had your joke midline horizontal ellipsis ha, ha. Killua replied plainly before turning around, come on, Gon, Harry. Let's go. Nah, I think I'll keep at it. Answered Gon simply, as the two of them started a small argument. I will remain here too. Harry added his own opinion to it. Killua just accepted it in the end. As he left, have fun then. Harry, you want to try again? Gon asked him first. Sure. Harry stood up and walked towards Netero again, ready for another round of speed training. But the old man had other plans, as a glint appeared in his eyes. How about you go all out this time? You already mastered it. Your speed won't improve much here anymore. That's something that will only happen in a real fight now. Show me what else you can do. Harry understood immediately. The man wanted him to use his Hatsu. Which is risky. You try to keep your Hatsu, your own ability, a secret as much as you can, since you at most have a handful of different applications for it in your life, which your foes could adjust for. But Harry is different. His Hatsu are, for now, just different ways to manipulate his already existing ability granted him by his sacred gear Dimension Lost, which he developed based on Hatsu training in different categories. At this point he is far from what he believed he could do at his peak and only has different ways to control the abilities already granted to him by Dimension Lost. Which gave him a great idea. Don't regret it, old man. Harry laughed as purple mist got released from his palms, gathering so that it was dense enough to actually resemble smoke and shaping into multiple snake constructs that rushed towards Netero. Recognition lit in the old man's eyes up as he dodged the incoming attacks with ease. Oh ho ho, how surprisingly familiar. Netero laughed as he kept dodging the attacks of the misty snake constructs. Are you a new disciple Morel has taken in? Gotcha. You mean Morel Macarnese, old man? Harry asked, before replying, I admit he gave me inspiration for this technique, but the need for his pipe didn't seem appealing to me. I choose to use what already is always around us in the air. Water. Well, the last part is a lie, but Morel truly gave him inspiration for this application. While the first level of his manipulation training had just been moving the mist around, he based a lot of his level 2 and 3 on Morel's deep purple, which he uses to manipulate smoke. Harry does the same, just with Dimension Lost's mist. But his constructs were not as intelligent yet. For that he still lacked experience. Oh, but you are aware that copying someone else often isn't the best path. Netero pointed out. Harry grinned as he hid inside the mist that had begun spreading. I know that's why they are not the same. The mist lets me sense everything in it. Netero noticed that the snakes attacking him left behind them a trail of purple mist that wasn't as dense but spread out while he was busy dodging the snakes over the hall. It's true that the mist that he created with his Nen was part of his En, he could sense every bit of movement inside this mist. And it could cover more than his original En. Of course, it had all the properties of the original Mist of Dimension Lost. The mist snakes now attacked Netero from all sides as Harry also rushed in, attacking the old man. Of course he was far too experienced to let this get to him, but that wasn't Harry's plan. Suddenly all of the snakes exploded, not causing any damage but like a smoke bomb covering the old man's field of view. As Harry stretched his hand towards the position, he could sense the ball. Netero chuckled, "Oh ho ho, good try. But you are far too early to challenge me." And threw the ball towards the wall away from the two of them. "I did it." Harry grinned. The ball was no longer protected by Netero's 10 shroud, preventing his purple mist from teleporting it away. As Netero moved towards the ball, it landed casually in his outstretched hand. "You lost, old man. So am I a hunter now?" Both Gon and Netero looked baffled at Harry as the mist cleared up. Gon clearly had no idea how he did anything he did. Killua's rhythm echo could be somehow explained, but creating and controlling mist is on a completely different level. Especially with how he suddenly had the ball. Netero stared for a completely different reason. Harry didn't look older than 15 and had already learned to a level where he decently could use advanced principles. But that wasn't uncommon. Most people that had become hunters had a decent level of talent. The 12 Zodiacs, his personal sparring partners, each possessed a level of talent found in no more than one person out of 10 million. Yet, even they were not the opponent he was seeking. The closest to his dream opponent was Jing Freaks, the father of one of the boys entertaining him today. And here is an opponent with an ability that not only was similar to Morel's Deep Purple, although not on the same level yet, but also manipulates space. His aura capacity was also massive for his age. In a few years, this boy could be the opponent he had been dreaming of, the fight where he could go all out. For a moment Harry felt dread come over him as he felt Netero's battle thirst before it vanished as fast as it came. "You succeeded in the challenge, of course you are a hunter from now on. At your level, you have more than fulfilled the requirement to become a hunter. For now you may rest, beans will get you later." Netero said towards Harry, once again calm, with no sign of the battle hunger on his face. Harry nodded as he left the room, hearing Gon asking, "Is Harry really a hunter now? How did he do that with the mist or Killua with his doubles?" End of chapter. Thank you for reading my work. If you're enjoying it, please consider leaving some power stones to show your support. I truly appreciate it. For access to up to 30+ advanced chapters, visit my page p*trian/1trusage. Free members get access to one advanced chapter. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Chapter 17. Harry watched the giant cylindrical-shaped tower in the distance get smaller and smaller. It had taken the airship a bit longer to reach the site of the third exam phase, probably because Netero had told them to slow down. After all, Gon had kept challenging him until he managed to force the old man to use his second arm too. Meanwhile Harry had spent his time recollecting the experience of the fight. And came to the conclusion that Netero is overpowered. The man is rusted and still could easily beat him in a fight. The whole time he hadn't even used anything beyond his 10 to keep up with Harry, who employed his aura from the start. At his current level, Harry would be smashed to meat paste if he faced only the first arm of Netero's Nen ability, 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Well, face on, he could block it with his sacred gear, but still Harry wasn't certain whether he could block all of them. Or they would break through his sacred gear's barrier. After all, it depended on his stamina. There is no way he could face them head-on like Maruam. The only reason he got the ball was because of his ability and by tricking Netero to think of his ability as the same as Morel's. A big part was that Netero had underestimated him and didn't expect it to have a space part too. He had wished Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leo Rio luck for the next round in the Trick Tower, as they had to continue with the exam while he remained in the airship, now watching the tower disappear in the distance. "Congratulations, I guess," a voice said from behind him. "Finishing the exam early is rare. Usually it happens only if a single participant remains." Harry turned around to come face to face with Menchie. "Oh, thank you, Miss Single Star Hunter," he said with a grin. "Oh, stop that. Call me Menchie." "Sure, only if you call me Harry. And I am no hunter yet. I haven't got my license." Harry replied as he looked at her. "You will get it soon enough. With having Nen already learned, you even passed the secret exam phase. I am here to get you for beans," Menchie explained as she indicated for him to follow her. "Okay," Harry laughed as he followed her. "So how did you become a single star hunter?" "What? You had enough information to recognize me as a one-star hunter, but have no idea how I got it," she wondered as she looked at him strangely. "Oi, I just got some basic info through an ability of mine. I can't exactly control how much info it is," Harry explained, which was technically the truth. How much he had in his memories about an individual character was limited by the info in the story and accompanying materials. "Then let's make a deal. I will tell you how I got my star, and you tell me what you did to enhance the flavor of your sushi," she offered with a greedy glint in her eyes. That doesn't seem fair. After all, gaining a star is something that you get for having done something noteworthy in a field, which is usually a public achievement. It shouldn't be too hard to find out. But well, if you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you," Harry said amiably. It wasn't like she could replicate it. And if someone were to try to capture him for his magic, he could always teleport away with his sacred gear, even restrained. "Deal. There is more in the world than just Nen. While Nen uses life force, I possess an additional source of energy that I can utilize. Let's call it magic. It allows me to cast spells." Harry had his wand out and levitated a chair standing at the window to the outside. He noticed that Menchie was using Gyo to observe his spell. "It really isn't Nen. How fascinating," she said as she watched Harry float the chair around. "And this allowed you to enhance the flavor of your food?" "Yep, it's called the Charm. It gets used in different magical culinary establishments. I learned it to make the most out of the ingredients I have around," Harry explained, casually dropping another bomb to her. "There are more magic users with restaurants and other establishments? Is it in plural? Why haven't I heard anything about it? This sounds like a full society. Something like that wouldn't be unnoticed by the association," she pointed out, not quite believing him. "Not in this world." "Wait. You know about outside? You are from outside?" Menchie asked, even more shocked. "Is that why you are so strong? Are there a lot of unknown foods?" "What a foodie midline horizontal ellipsis, huh, you really are a capable hunter. You know about that. But not like you are thinking. I am from further outside. I came to learn Nen, to give me an edge beyond my magic. Haven't set a foot on the outside you are thinking of. And yes, there are a ton of different foods you haven't seen. But it's time for you to hold your part of the deal, Harry pointed out, grinning. Come on, midline horizontal ellipsis, she pouted. Now that I know more about you, it doesn't sound as impressive anymore. Well, I travel around the world to spots like Split Mountain and try to discover new ingredients like the spider eagle eggs. I created a compendium of ingredients on where to find them, how to gather them, and how to prepare them. It became big enough that I got my star one day. Although I still release a newer edition regularly. That sounds like a ton of fun. Harry praised honestly. Well, I don't have any different ingredients with me. But I got some magical sweets from my home. He pulled 2 packages out. While he had potion ingredients in his inventory and knew that parts of it were used in magical culinary, he had no idea how and didn't want to kill Menchie accidentally. What are they? These are every flavor beans. They are like jelly beans but really could have every flavor, so be careful. It could be something normal like melon or something gross like vomit. It's a bit more of a gag and a challenge than just a snack. He explained happily, and that one is a chocolate frog. Be careful to not let it escape, it's enchanted to move. Thank you, Harry. I will enjoy them. This card is your hunter license. It doesn't look like much, but it contains cutting-edge anti-forgery security. Beans handed him his hunter license. Right now they are in the Hunter Association's headquarters in Swardani City, where he gets his introduction to his license. The exam is still underway. Keep it safe. It has quite a few benefits. This license enables you to enter 90% of the countries in the world and 75% of the areas restricted for the public. 95% of the public services are free for you. Banks will treat you as if you were a high-profile company. Beans explained the benefits of the license, while Harry's thoughts began wandering. Maybe he should take a loan and sell his license once he is ready to leave this world behind and go on a shopping spree. He already knew that he should keep the hunter's license safe. It's that valuable that there are people out there specifically targeting hunters to steal their license. Adding another layer of having to be careful while using it, especially at your own home on the net. Well, Harry had no real home in this world, so he wasn't in that danger in the first place. Instead of actually listening to Beans, Harry was more distracted about what he should do now. It's still January, he has more than a month before he has to return for the wand weighing ceremony. Of course he could wait around and visit the Zoldyck estate with the others to get Killua back if Canon was still on track. It should be, since he already completed the exam and wouldn't affect how the final phases went off. Still, there was nothing he could gain, beyond seeing how many of the testing gates he could open by doing that. He had no idea how they would react to an unknown Nen user entering their lands. He could always return to the Heavens Arena or simply train by himself for the rest of the time. But it wouldn't give him a lot of benefits. Beyond a certain level, simple training or limited fights in an arena wouldn't add a lot of experience or results to him. Then there is the possibility of learning a craft, like blacksmithing or something. It would come in handy for his idea of replicating the Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. He already confirmed that he could shoot the swords inside his inventory out of portals. Still, there were a few mechanical issues he had to solve first to make it really effective, like controlling them, getting the weapons back, or having any weapons that are worth the effort in the first place. For that, learning to make them himself sounded like a good idea. But he just had a bit more than a month. It wasn't enough for any real progress in such a field. Maybe his best move would be traveling the world to see more places for his teleportation, also going a bit book shopping for more trades with Jibril, while doing simple jobs to gain combat experience, like bounty hunts. Midline horizontal ellipsis and keep working on your dreams. You are now a recognized hunter. Beans finished enthusiastically, not having realized that Harry had been distracted. Yeah, thanks. I will do that. Harry nodded as he stored his license in his inventory. On his way out he got stopped by Menchie. So what will you do now? A bit of traveling while doing a few jobs. He replied honestly. Sounds like a plan to kill time. She chuckled before asking quietly, will you ever return to your homeworld? Yep, that's the reason why I am only killing time. I will have to return for a few months. Damn, I wish I could go with you midline horizontal ellipsis, but I don't have months to spare right now. Menchie sighed before drooling and requesting, bring me some of your world's unique food. I didn't even say I could take someone with me. Still, I believe I can, although I never tried it. But sure, I will look into it. Harry replied he could always ask the house elves. They are experts in magical ingredients that can be used for cooking. Do you have a phone in this world? She asked hopefully. Yep, let's exchange numbers. End of chapter.